Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me and see me? I hope so. Sorry for the delay. We're here. We are live. Thanks for your patience. All right, I think we're good. Yes, you can see me and hear me. People are saying they can hear me and hear me. Great. Thank you. Sorry. This is Agenda Free TV. I am Steve Lookner. We are coming to you with live breaking news coverage of the Syrian Civil War, where reportedly Syrian rebels have now taken the key city of Homs, and they are closing in on the seat of the power of the Assad regime, Damascus. So could we be close to seeing Assad completely lose control in Syria, seeing the Assad regime fall, seeing Damascus fall to the rebel forces? Possibly. So we want to bring you an update. A quick reminder, I am still in Mexico City. Just came here to come here, and it's a great city. But because I am not in my normal studio, things might look a little different than they normally do and sound a little different. I'm hoping there's not any huge technical hiccups, but if there are, I ask for your patience, doing the best I can from a remote location. Let's get into this. Let's give you an update on what's going on. And I want to give a shout out to our moderators. We have moderating right now Ruth Krafasi. Thanks, Ruth. Roberts Mayqueen and Beth Mythical. Thank you so much. We also have, oops, you know what I got to do? I got to pull this up here so I can see it. Linda Belk and Larry on X. And A Moment of Lovely and Surly Dev. Thanks for being moderating over there on Twitch. And also I want to thank our Facebook moderators. Hang on one moment. And then we will get into it. The Syrian rebels reportedly claim that they now control the city of Homs. Big development today. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley moderating, Ronald Egnor. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. Okay, let's get into this. Let us get into this. And the headlines keep coming. Give me 1 second here. Let me just really quickly do something here. Hang on a moment. I have that headline there, but I want to see if I have a different headline for you. If you give me 2 seconds. Okay, you can see this here. Oops. No, I think that I have something even more updated than that to give you. So according to multiple sources, like Timur Azari, Timur is with Reuters. Reuters' Timur Azari reports that Syrian rebels announced the total liberation of Homs. Again, I'll show you what Timur posted. So Timur is with Reuters. He says Syrian rebels announced, quote, total liberation of the city of Homs. There have been a number of reports about this, and there's some videos floating around. I don't have the rights to the videos. Videos reportedly of people celebrating in Homs. At least some people. Maybe the people who are Assad supporters have left. Let me show you this right here. Syrian army quits Homs, cutting Assad off from coast, says Reuters. See this right here? The Syrian government forces abandoned the key city of Homs on Saturday after less than a day of fighting, leaving President Bashar al-Assad's 24-year rule dangling by a thread, with insurgents also advancing towards the capital, Damascus. Well, that's certainly a worrying headline for the Assad regime and its supporters. Again, Reuters says Syrian forces, government forces, abandoned the key city of Homs on Saturday after less than a day of fighting, leaving President Bashar al-Assad's 24-year rule dangling by a thread, with insurgents also advancing towards the capital, Damascus. Since the rebels' sweep into Aleppo just a week ago, government defenses have crumbled at dizzying speed as rebels seized a string of major cities and reignited a rebellion in places it had long seemed dead. The fall of Homs and the threat to the capital now pose an immediate existential danger to the Assad dynasty's 5-decade reign over Syria and the continued influence there of its main regional backer, Iran, and also Russian influence. One of our viewers just said something about Russian retreating. There's reports that Russia has begun to evacuate or is preparing to evacuate its 2 key military bases on the western coast of Syria. So that's a whole other thing we'll talk about. The most powerful of the insurgent leaders, Abu Mohammed al-Golani, said in a statement that rebels were on the cusp of taking the whole country and the end of the criminal regime is near. Assad's government may be on the verge of collapse, foreign officials told Reuters on condition of anonymity. One U.S. official put the potential time frame as 5 to 10 days, while another said Assad could be ousted in the coming week. A Western official agreed with the latter assessment. And Reuters also reports seizing Homs, an important crossroads between the capital and the Mediterranean, we'll show you a map in a second, effectively cuts off Damascus from the coastal stronghold of Assad's minority Alawite sect and from Russia's air and naval base. The Syrian army and security commanders left Homs on Saturday by helicopter for the coast, while a large military convoy withdrew by land, a senior army officer said. Rebels said they were entering the city center. Thousands poured out there and out into the streets to celebrate, residents said. Wow. You know what? I'm just going to let me just finish reading the first part of this article because it's quite informative. Just a couple more paragraphs here, then I'll take some comments from you guys. Reuters says Homs residents and rebels said the rebels had captured the central prison in Homs and were freeing thousands of detainees. Residents said state security and intelligence personnel had evacuated their offices after burning papers. Insurgents have seized almost the entire southwest within 24 hours, and they have advanced to within 20 miles of Damascus as government forces fell back, rebels said. Underscoring the possibility of an uprising in the capital of Damascus, protesters took to the streets in several Damascus suburbs, ripping up Assad posters and tearing down a statue of his father, former President Hafez al-Assad, uncontested by army or police. Some were joined by soldiers who had changed into civilian clothes and deserted, residents said. However, the state news agency reported that Assad remained in Damascus. We don't know if he really is in Damascus. We're not even sure if he's in Syria. And the military said it was reinforcing around the capital and south. With several of these cities, I believe, if I have this right, Hama and then Homs, you've had these statements we keep hearing statements from the Syrian military that it's readying some big counterattack and it's going to put up some strong defense, and it just has not happened yet. Okay, so, wow. This just started about a week ago, this sudden offensive by the rebels. All right, let me take some comments from you guys, and I'm going to give you some updates here. You can write to me on X, @Lookner on X. And I do want to say a quick thank you to our member, Jersey, Texas, our member, Tracy Fisher, I believe it is, and PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. That's so kind of you. And Casey Steve gave a bunch of people memberships. Casey Steve, that's so nice of you. Thank you. And also Georgia Peach, our member as well. Okay, let me take some of your comments before we get to some more updates. And thanks to Spent primer for subscribing on Twitch. Okay, hang on a moment. Hang on one moment here. Let's see. Our viewer Gen Xer says, is Assad still in Syria? Yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that Assad's family members had fled Syria, but Assad was still in Syria. I don't know for sure if he is. I mean, you saw in that report from Reuters. It said, hold on a second here. Where is that here? What just happened? Hold on. Yes, the state news agency said that Assad is in Damascus. Is he really in Damascus? That I don't know. And yesterday, the Wall Street Journal said he was in Damascus. Was in Syria. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can find that report for you about his family. Here, look, this is another report from Reuters. Iron-fisted Assad under threat as Syrian rebels draw closer. There's a photo of Assad and Putin right there. When is this article from, though? Oh, this article is from today. Is there anything more about his, let's see, about where he is? I'm looking in here. Anyways, I don't know. I'll try to get more about this. But I don't know. I can't tell you for sure if he's there or not. Yes, so the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that Assad's children and wife traveled to Russia last week, and his brothers-in-law went to the UAE. But they claimed as of yesterday he was still in Syria. Let me take some more comments here, and we'll get some more updates. Now we want this here. I'll show you a map in a second today too. Dogs Rule says, I think I read earlier today that some Iranian commanders have left Syria. Yes, I know the New York Times was reporting that last night. Last night, the New York Times said that, hang on a moment. I know I have it here because I posted it. Where is it here? I posted it at some point. Let's see, let me just look here. Yes, so yesterday the New York Times said Iran had begun to evacuate its military commanders and personnel from Syria. And the New York Times said that's a sign of Iran's inability to keep Assad in power. And the Times called that a remarkable turn for Mr. Assad, whose government Iran has backed throughout the 13-year civil war. And also, they say, for Iran, who has used Syria to supply weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon. What does all of this mean for the countries around Syria, Kathy B? That's a complex question. I'm not a Middle East expert. I can't answer that, but I see discussion of it among the Middle East experts. You know, one big question here is, let's say the rebels do take over. What kind of government will they be? The leading rebel group is called HTS. They are an Islamist fundamentalist group, but there's reports out there that in recent months or years they've tried to get more moderate, and so there's questions about how if they were helping to run the country, how fundamentalist would it be? What kind of treatment of religious minorities would there be there? We don't know. So I don't think there's this consensus out there on what the country would be like if, say, the rebels took it over. That's an unknown. It's a good question. let me show you a map here. The map's probably not even up to date anymore. I wonder if Live UA Map has updated their map today. Let me see. Live UA Map has a map that they update of Syria. And I mean, the Institute for the Study of War is a good one, but I'm guessing they haven't updated that map. Okay, so let me just check this and then I'll show it to you. I got to get the news things off the map. Okay, so this is Live UA Map. Okay, where is... Oops. There we go. I figured it out. Okay, so if we zoom in a little bit, how are they doing here? Yes, so this is... All right. I'll post a link to this map in a second. It's called Live UA Map, so you can go look at it. So the red area here... I need the key. The red area is the... Why is this? Yeah, sorry. How is this marked? Kurds, rebel forces. Why is this? Oh, well, it's a little confusing. See, this says, oh, I see. All right, so this isn't quite up to date here because, so this dark red is Assad, pro-Assad groups here. And, but see this green, it's a little confusing here, but see this green here, and the green goes into Homs, that would be rebel forces there. Yeah, the light green is rebels. Light green is rebels and red is government on this map. First of all, let me post a link to the map. Here's the map, Live UA Map. I just posted a link to the map. Okay, so red is government. I believe this is government too, or no? Right here, but it's a different red. I don't see that on the key. I see the dark red on the key. This is what I want to focus on right here. See this green here coming down? This green is rebels moving down here. They originally took, where's Aleppo? Aleppo's up here. So just in the last week, the rebels have moved into Aleppo and taken Aleppo. They've moved down the Highway 5 and taken Hama, which was just on Thursday. And today they've reportedly taken Homs. See, so that green, the green keeps going down into the red. And, oh, okay, yes. So this is all the same color now. See, it's all red there. See, it's all red. So this would be the red would be the government forces, the government-controlled territory. But when you read in that article about the government forces being split in two, okay, sorry. Okay, so Damascus, this might, I don't think this is government forces here, but this red is the Assad-controlled area. But the idea is that if the rebels take Homs, they can cut off this part of the support of Assad, of this part of the Assad forces, including in Damascus, from the coastal area that supports Assad, including 2 Russian bases. So when you hear, like we just read that article that talked about cutting one part of the forces off from the other, it would be because the rebels have come down and taken Homs, and they're going to split these in 2. Right? So you'd have 1 area and 2 area, and the rebels going in between them. So they would be split into 2. And Damascus would be over here, and the Russian bases and the coastal supporters would be up here. So that's what the article was saying when talking about splitting the Assad support area into 2. Okay, so, but But this is live UA map. You can go to, I'll post a link again if you want to. They also, it's neat because they post updates on live UA map. I mean, if I can make myself disappear for a second. See, it says news live. You can go to this map and it posts different updates that they're hearing about with links. So that's a neat thing to look at there. So I'll post a link to this again, just so you can see it. It's called Live UA Map. I appreciate them letting me show their map. I just posted a link to it right now, so you can pull it up on your own. Our viewer, Nana of 9 Munchkins says, did this just happen all of a sudden or was it expected? No, this was not expected. This offensive started out a week ago, basically out of nowhere, in the sense of for several years, things have been pretty dormant with the Civil War. No huge developments. But apparently what has happened, apparently a big reason for this is that, the two big supporters of the Assad regime during the Civil War have been Russia and Iran. Russia helped the Assad regime fight rebel forces and put them down, and so did Hezbollah, the Iran-supported group Hezbollah. But Hezbollah has been devastated by the Israeli war against them, and Russia is very involved, tied up in fighting in its invasion of Ukraine. So neither of them can help the Assad regime now the way they used to be able to. And maybe that's why the rebels decided to do this now, is they saw how weak Hezbollah had gotten the last couple months with Israel attacking them. They saw where Russia was at with Ukraine, and they said, let's do it. I mean, clearly a lot of preparation, including diplomatic preparation, went into this on the rebel side. But, that's commonly cited as a big reason for this. The rebel success, and maybe a reason for them doing it at this time, is the weakness at this time of Hezbollah and, Russia being otherwise occupied and them not being able to right now provide the support for Assad that they have been providing. By the way, a quick thank you to Janet Burnett. That's so kind of you, Janet. I really appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you also, Marnie, for your support. Aaron Dooley, our member. Aaron says Assad should be looking for a backdoor exit. I wonder if he has. We might do a poll question on that shortly. Thanks, Casey Steve, our member. I appreciate it. Let me get you some more updates here. Thank you also to C50 Pack and Spent Primer. Oh, I already thanks. Well, thanks again, Spent Primer, for being for subscribing on X. All right, hang on a moment here. One moment. And I just want to read you the start of this again because I think it's really important. So I know we read some of this before, but I want to just read you the start of this again. This is from Reuters, okay? Reuters reports, Syrian government forces abandoned the city of Homs on Saturday after less than a day of fighting, leaving President Assad's 24-year rule dangling by a thread, with insurgents also advancing towards the capital, Damascus. And as I showed you on the live UA map here, where is it here? What did I do with it? Homs is right there. See, it says Homs, and the green is coming down into Homs, and there's Damascus. But Homs is the last major city on the north-south Highway 5 before Damascus. It's the last major city. They were in Hama, they took Hama, then they took Homs, and now they are closing in on Damascus. I think from different sides. We'll talk about that. And you can see here, Reuters says, since the rebels' sweep into Aleppo just a week ago, government defenses have crumbled at dizzying speed as rebels seized a string of major cities and reignited a rebellion in places it had long seen dead. The fall of Homs and the threat to the capital the fall of Homs and the threat to the capital now pose an immediate existential danger to the Assad dynasty's 5-decade reign over Syria and the continued influence there of its main regional backer, Iran, and also Russian influence there. Look at this right here. Assad's government may be on the verge of collapse, foreign officials told Reuters on condition of anonymity. One U.S. official put the potential time frame at 5 to 10 days, while another said Assad could be ousted in the coming week. A Western official agreed with the latter assessment. Seizing Homs, an important crossroads between the capital and the Mediterranean Sea, this is what we were talking about, effectively cuts off Damascus from the coastal stronghold of Assad's minority Alawite sect and from Russia's air and naval base. As I mentioned, and we saw on the live UA map, the coastal stronghold is here. Damascus is down here. And now, I assume maybe because, you see how Homs, I assume that there's no good way to get from down here, Damascus, to the coast without going through Homs. Because according to the maps, they haven't seized all this land, but I don't know Syrian topography. But I have, maybe the point is that, if you're going to go and say send troops and send forces from the coast to Damascus, you would need to go through Homs. So it effectively cuts it off, this part of the Assad support from Damascus. Okay. And hold on a second here. The Syrian army and security commanders left Homs on Saturday by helicopter for the coast, while a large military convoy withdrew by land, a senior army officer said. Rebels said they were entering the city center. Thousands poured onto the streets to celebrate. And then this was really interesting. Underscoring the possibility of an uprising in the capital of Damascus, protesters took to the streets in several Damascus suburbs, ripping up Assad posters and tearing down a statue of his father, former President Hafez al-Assad, uncontested by army or police. Some were joined by soldiers who had changed into civilian clothes and deserted, residents said. The state news agency claims Assad is still in Damascus, and the Syrian military said it was reinforcing around the capital and south. Is that true? I don't know. A little more here from Reuters. The pace of events has stunned Arab capitals and raised fears of a new wave of regional instability. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and Russia issued a joint statement saying the crisis was a dangerous development and calling for a political solution. I'm guessing at least some of these countries don't like the fact that rebels with a large Islamic fundamentalist element could be taking over Syria. That's my guess, but I'm not an expert on the region. But there was no indication that those countries had agreed on any concrete steps, while the situation inside Syria changed by the hour. Syria's civil war, which erupted in 2011 as an uprising against Assad's rule, dragged in big outside powers, created space for jihadist militants to plot attacks around the world, and sent millions of refugees into neighboring states. Okay. And speaking of Damascus, look at this. In the south, the rapid collapse of government control could allow a concerted assault on the capital, the seat of Assad's power, where residents said electricity cut out today. The Syrian military pulled back as far as Sasa, 20 miles from Damascus, to regroup, a Syrian officer said. Okay. And then this is what we were talking about before. I mentioned, Russia and Hezbollah cannot support Assad like they used to. Literally talks about that right here. You can see Assad long relied on allies to subdue the rebels. Russian warplanes conducted bombing runs, while Iran sent allied forces, including Lebanon's Hezbollah and Iraqi militia, to reinforce the Syrian military and storm insurgent strongholds. But Russia has been focused on the war in Ukraine, and Hezbollah suffered big losses in the war on them with Israel. So they can't support Assad the way they were supporting him. Also, Russia has a naval base and air base in Syria that have not only been important for its support of Assad, but also for its ability to project influence in the Mediterranean and Africa. Will they evacuate those bases? There are some reports today claiming that Russia either is evacuating or is preparing to evacuate those bases, which would be a huge deal. Moscow has been supporting Assad forces with intense airstrikes, but it was not clear if it could easily step up this campaign. Iran has said it would consider sending forces to Syria, but any immediate extra assistance would likely depend on Hezbollah and Iraqi militias. Okay. By the way, Britain warned Assad, it says here, that any chemical weapons use was a red line and would be met with appropriate action. So you can't really, it says it at the bottom. All right, let me take some comments from you guys. But this is really stunning developments. Really, I think the last big major city now that's a target for the rebels is Damascus. How soon could that be? Let's see here. NY committee says Putin was looking for a reason to pull his military resources from Syria, more troops and artillery for the war against Ukraine. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I would say the common analysis I've seen among experts is that this would be a big loss for Putin to not have these bases there. NY committee feels differently. Thanks, NY committee, for writing. Let's see here. TL Busta says there are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen. Let's see. Evelyn in Maine says Qatar funded HTS's predecessor. That is not something I know about off the top of my head. Thank you, Evelyn, for writing. I'm going to also check and see if I have any breaking news the last few minutes. Let me do that as well. Our viewer, Brolos5, says the rebels planned it very well, taking advantage of the situation. Blackbird says there are an insignificant number of Russian troops stationed there to decisively influence Ukraine. The loss of the Lataika base, you said, would be big? Thank you, Space Fraggle, by the way. Space Fraggle says, I am getting vibes of Gaddafi's demise if Bashar Assad doesn't leave Syria. See, I mean, we were saying we don't know where Assad is. I certainly would think Assad would feel worried for his personal safety. I would not be at all surprised if Assad leaves or has left or leaves. Speaking of which, I'm going to ask you guys a poll question. Is Assad still in Syria? That's my poll question. I'm going to show you what you guys say. I just posted it on YouTube, and I am now going to post it on Twitch. Is Assad still even in Syria? All right, let me see what you guys had to say about this. Hang on a moment. Okay. Over there on YouTube, our YouTube viewers say, oops, hold on. Our YouTube viewers say 74% of you say he is not in Syria anymore. 74%. And on Twitch, hang on a moment. It's a little difficult for me to put them both up there right now on my, because of how I'm doing this right this second. Actually, maybe I can do it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Let's see if I can swing this, make this work. See if I can make this work. That goes there. Okay, good. Oh, I think I can do it. All right. So you can see YouTube now. I think I can do this. All right, here is the Twitch poll result. next to it, is Assad in Syria? On Twitch, you can see it's very similar. 76% on Twitch say no. 73% on YouTube say no. Constance Willard Godin says, would be pretty cowardly to leave his troops. Space Fraggle thinks he's still there. Michael Edge says, how could we know? I don't expect that any of us know. I still think you could have an opinion. I think it's interesting to hear what people think. JM says, did Iran ever respond for the murder they committed in their territory? Yeah, Iran, without getting into it, yes. One of the attacks Iran launched on Israel, I think the one with all those missiles, said that in part it was for the assassination of the Hamas leader in Iran. But did Iran ever, I'm so confused. Iran never responded to that round of Israeli strikes, the last round of Israeli strikes in Iran. Am I right about that? Iran hasn't responded to that yet, I don't think. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. Most of you think that Assad is no longer there. All right, people in the chat are saying they have not responded. Hey, let me do a quick check here and just on the latest developments here. So give me a moment. Oh, I wanted to mention this. The War Zone, which is a good military news site, posted something. They said the War Zone is you can look up the War Zone. It's a good military news site. They posted there are signs of possible evacuation at Russia's Khmeimim air base in Syria. The two prominent Russian bases there are, I'm going to forget this. There's Khmeimim air base on the west coast of Syria. There's Khmeimim Air Base, and I think it's Tartus Naval Base. Do I have that right? I hope so. So the War Zone reports there are signs of possible evacuation at Russia's Khmeimim Air Base in Syria. Multiple airlifters have arrived at the base. There also appears to be an Su-24 on the runway. Major uptick in airlifted presence. Expect more. Let me see if I can did they post an article about that today? It's a good site, the War Zone. No, they posted it on their X account. Ooh, maybe they posted it at the end of the article. Hold on. Let me check if they posted any updates in their article. No, that's the last article they posted. But that was an interesting post by them. The New York Times reports that residents of Damascus were preparing as rebel fighters moved closer. They said Damascus grocery stores were crowded with people stocking up on supplies, but the streets were empty. That's what the New York Times says. Hold on a second here. One moment. Yeah, the Washington Post reports Syrian rebels enter Homs, say they'll besiege Damascus. Give me a moment. Okay, so the Post says Syrian rebel groups said today and said tonight they have entered Homs, Syria's third largest city and a strategic junction, and were close to claiming it amid reports that the Syrian army was withdrawing. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the armed Islamist faction that has made stunning gains in the north over the past week, said its forces had begun to penetrate the city and were conducting operations inside it. Sham FM, a radio station aligned with President Assad, reported that the Syrian military was, quote, repositioning itself to the outskirts of the city, language it has used previously in recent days to describe withdrawals from cities and towns that have fallen to the rebels. The capture of Homs, says the Washington Post, would be yet another stunning loss. A stunning loss for Assad, who faces the greatest challenge of his 24-year rule, as rebels appear to be closing in on the capital, Damascus. Rebel groups vowed to besiege the capital and overthrow the Assad government, which has survived a 13-year civil war that until last week had ground to a stalemate. HTS said its forces had begun encircling Damascus after sweeping advances by other rebel groups to the south. The leader of the leading rebel group, Islamist group, HTS, said today that rebel forces were, quote, on the threshold of Homs and Damascus and the toppling of the criminal regime is close. The Washington Post says a senior U.S. official monitoring events in Syria today said there was, quote, a significant risk that the Assad regime would soon collapse. The official, speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss military assessments, also cited warnings by Iran and Russia, which have supported the Assad regime, to their citizens to prepare to evacuate the country. Okay? The Post reports that a video showed a statue of former President Assad being hacked down with axes in Germana in the Damascus countryside, less than 10 miles from the presidential palace. Oh, is there a U.S. embassy warning, a new one for Syria? Hold on a second here. This is yesterday. Let me show you this. U.S. Security Alert, U.S. Department of State, U.S. Embassy in Syria. The security situation in Syria continues to be volatile and unpredictable between armed groups throughout the country. The Department of State urges U.S. citizens to depart Syria now while commercial options remain available in Damascus. I wonder how long that's going to be available for. U.S. citizens who choose not to depart Syria or are unable to depart should prepare emergency plans for emergency situations and be prepared either to shelter in place for extended periods. The U.S. Embassy in Damascus suspended its operations in 2012. The U.S. government is unable to provide any routine or emergency consular services to U.S. citizens in Syria. The Czech Republic serves as the protecting power for U.S. interests in Syria. I don't know how many U.S. citizens are in Syria right now. Hey, a quick thank you to, hang on a moment here. So it really does sound like, I mean, in the coming days, we could see Damascus and the Assad regime fall to the rebels. Quick thank you, by the way, to Ohio Rando. Who thinks with Assad gone, Ba'athist ideology is done in the Levant. Is that, the word Levant, I don't know how to pronounce it. I never say it out loud. Got to look it up now. Google says the lands bordering the eastern shores of the Mediterranean Sea. I'm looking up a pronunciation. Hold on. According to Merriam-Webster, I said it right. That's what Merriam-Webster said I was right. But who knows? Hold on a second. Thank you to... hold hold on, I have to look up this name here. I have to look up the name of the it's, I'll say Programmacow. Programmacow. Thank you for your support, Programmacow. Oops, hold on a second here. How do I get back from this? I want to tell you what Programmacow said. Programmacow Sem Fronteras, our viewer, who said HTS is also known as Al-Qaeda in Syria. I don't know if that's true. I don't believe that's true. I'll tell you something about them. I don't believe currently they're known as Al-Qaeda in Syria. They were funded by the U.S. for years like other moderate rebels, says Programmacow. HTS, I think, may have former ties to Al-Qaeda. Hold on. Yes, so, I mean, you can look at this U.S. government website, HTS Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. They are considered a foreign terrorist organization by the U.S. They say HTS is a coalition of northern Syria-based Sunni Islamist insurgent groups that evolved from Al-Qaeda's former branch in Syria. Thank you, Programmacow, for your support. Also, Penniless Jester, who says scorched earth if it's believed Damascus is in peril. I don't know what's going to happen with the Assad supporters and forces in Damascus. Will they put up a fight? Will they just leave? Will Assad try to reach some kind of deal? Although I don't know if the rebels would really want a deal at this point, given that they haven't really faced much resistance during this lightning offensive. Could they destroy some things? I don't know. Supporters of I don't know that they'd want to destroy the city when so many of their supporters and innocent civilians live there. I don't know that that would really benefit them much. I can think of how it might hurt them, but I don't know that the big benefit from it, other than saying you can't have the city intact. But it seems like they could harm a lot of their supporters, maybe, and innocent people if that happened. I haven't heard that mentioned. I mean, I'll let you know what I hear. Thanks also, Rick D, for the gift membership. So nice of you, Rick D. I really appreciate that. And Keith Lewis for being a member. And KC Veteran for being a member. KC thinks Assad is not still in Syria. And Susan Logan for being a member. Okay. Let me get you some more updates here. Also, thanks, Aleppo Gamut, for being a member. And MG for your support. MG says Assad could use any chemical weapons he has left. Look, I'll say to that. I'll say what I said yesterday. I can't imagine if Assad's forces aren't going to put up a fight, then it seems to me that Assad using chemical weapons would have huge negatives without much positive, right? I mean, there's a huge negative for Assad to using chemical weapons, which is that he'll be known to have used them again. And he could face, international punishment and sanctions and all that stuff. And, it might make it more difficult for other countries to keep supporting him or, housing him. And I don't really know again, if his army is not going to fight, is it really worth it to use chemical weapons to what? Delay the inevitable for a while? So that's just a thought I had. I'm not an expert on chemical weapons. I'm not an expert on the Middle East. But, it just seems to me there's big negative without necessarily much positive. But we'll have to see what happens. Thanks also to Supreme Trader for your support, who says, I've been in Germany since 2015. With the finale, I'm preparing to go back home to my family. The rebels are Syrians who are retaking Syria, going back home. That's what Supreme Trader says. Thanks so much for your support, Supreme Trader. Is it known where Assad is? One of our viewers says no. I'm not seeing any buffering on my end. If I'm sorry if you're getting it, I'll let you know if I see any errors. I'm not seeing any here right now. Again, I am in Mexico City doing this, so I'm sorry if there are any technical difficulties. Our viewer, Earth Citizen, thanks Earth Citizen, mentioned air traffic leaving Syria. So I can show you the flight radar. I'm not a flight radar expert, so I can't look at the flight radar and say, whoa, this is different, because I don't even know what's different and what's similar to what normally happens. I am following a lot of accounts that know about that kind of thing. If I see them mention that there's some very noteworthy activity going on in the flight radar, I will certainly mention that. But I honestly don't even know what to look for, because I don't know how it is every day on the flight radar. So I don't know if you see something today, is it the same as you'd normally see or something really different? I just don't know. Hold on a second here. Look at Flight Radar 24. I don't even know. By the way, just so you know, the current, is it 12:40, 1:40 there? Syria time right now is 2:40 a.m. 2:40 a.m. I don't know that much would be flying over there anyway. I mean, there is Damascus Airport right there. And how about departures? I mean, they have all these flights scheduled from Damascus Airport in the coming day. Load earlier flights. Yeah, a bunch of flights departed from the airport earlier today. I mean, it's not like they have that many flights going in and out of there. But again, I don't know what it's normally like there. If you look up arrivals on Flight Radar 24, a bunch of scheduled arrivals in Damascus, and I'm guessing some planes arrived yesterday. Yeah, there are plenty of planes that landed yesterday. Again, that's about as good as I can do. I'm not a flight radar expert, and I can't really tell you much about what's going on there from the flight radar. I mean, it's like 2:40 in the morning. I don't know if it's really different than we'd expect to see there. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and check it out. All right. Hang on a moment. Look at this. Insurgents reach gates of Syria's capital, threatening to upend decades of Assad rule. You know what? Before I get into this. By the way, Ferris Monkey thinks Assad is long gone and his military know it. Hold on. Asta Bjorn's daughter thinks maybe Assad is in Russia. He was with Putin in Russia. He was in Russia before this started. There were reports he had come back. Give me just a second here. One moment. One moment. Thanks for your patience. Oh, did Trump post something on Truth Social? Hold on a second here. I think on this machine I might have to sign back into Truth Social because, oh, here it is. No, I think I'm good. I don't see anything in the last few hours from him on this. Did he post like several hours ago about it? There's a lot of posts. Oh, here it is. This is a post from Trump. This was at 9:03 a.m. today. This was about 8 or 9 hours ago. Trump said opposition fighters in Syria, in an unprecedented move, have totally taken over numerous cities in a highly coordinated offensive and are now on the outskirts of Damascus. All true. Obviously preparing to make a very big move toward taking out Assad. Russia, because they are so tied up in Ukraine and with the loss there of over 600,000 soldiers, seems incapable of stopping this literal march to Syria, a country they have protected for years. This is where former President Obama refused to honor his commitment of protecting the red line in the sand, and hell broke out with Russia stepping in, but now they are, like possibly Assad himself, being forced out, and it may actually be the best thing that can happen to them. In Russia, there was never much of a benefit in Syria for Russia other than to make Obama look really stupid. Well, I mean, there's a number of experts who disagree with that, who think it's been very valuable for Russia to have a foothold in Syria. And that aside, Trump says there was never much of a benefit in Syria for Russia other than to make Obama look really stupid. In any event, Syria is a mess, but it is not our friend, and the United States should have nothing to do with it in capital letters. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved. I've heard no reports that the U.S. is going to get involved in some big new way. Now, do the U.S. and Israel and Turkey and Russia provide covert secret aid to different groups in Syria? I would not be surprised at all. I'd personally be pretty surprised if they didn't, but I've heard no reporting that the U.S. is supposed to get involved in some new big way. If I hear that, I certainly will let you know. Blackbird thinks it's a good statement. By the way, quick thanks to Russell Scope, our new member, Marin Gobra, our member. I'm still here. I am not in my normal studio. I am still in Mexico City, so I apologize for any technical difficulties. Chris the Toffee, is it? It's small on this monitor here. Thank you, Chris, for your support. I think it's Chris the Toffee. Thank you, Paper Domino, for your support. Thank you, Proximate Cause, for your support. Proximate Cause thinks Iran never supported Assad. Remember, Assad is a Ba'athist, so was Saddam. Iran has no love of Ba'athists. I just think this isn't true, Proximate Cause. So first of all, Iran is a big supporter of Assad. They have been supporting them through different groups, mainly, chiefly Hezbollah. Also, I think Assad's sect is are they a Shia branch? Am I wrong about that? Yes. Well, what Wikipedia says, Alawites, which is Assad's group, it's a religious sect that splintered from early Shia Islam. I'm not a religious expert, but I think it's pretty common. I mean, if it's true that Iran doesn't support Assad, then basically every article about Syria is wrong, because this has been well established that Hezbollah and other Iranian-supported groups have been big supporters of the Assad regime. Maybe you think the point is overstated, Proximate Cause. Maybe that's the point you're trying to make. So I'm not trying to call you out. You made the point, so I just wanted to clarify what I would say the common wisdom is on this. Thank you, Proximate Cause, for your support. I really appreciate it. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, Encyclopedia Britannica calls the Alawites a minority sect of Shiite Muslims. And, you know, Iran is a Shia Muslim governed country. Anyways, but I'm not an expert on that, so I don't want to really get into it. I leave it to you to research that more. Let's see here. I'm constantly checking to see if I have more new updates for you. The situation could change on a dime. Liz Sly, who's a reporter, I'll post a link in the chat. She's a journalist and she focuses on the Middle East, and she says there was a very symbolic moment where the Assad statue in Homs was toppled after the rebels took control, and she posted a video of it, and I'll post a link in the chat. She said Homs is regarded as the capital of the Syrian revolution that began in 2011. And suffered one of the most brutal crackdowns. So I'm going to post that video in the chat, and you can look at it from Liz Sly. Oh, and then Faytux News posted something that the New York Times reported about chemical weapons stuff. So let me mention that to you. By the way, the New York Times has a headline right now: in the Syrian regime's hour of need, its patron Iran makes an exit. Yes, so the New York Times reports that U.S. intelligence agencies are closely monitoring suspected chemical weapons sites in Syria, storage sites, looking for indications that that forces backing Assad would be getting ready to use them. Okay? They say, these agencies say Assad forces have limited stockpiles of chemical weapons. They say there's a growing concern that the Assad government could use them as a last-ditch defense effort. They say the Assad government has repeatedly used chemical weapons during the civil war, according to human rights monitors, the United States, and others. You know what's interesting? The Times makes this point that key Arab allies of the U.S. want to keep Assad in power because they worry that if the rebel groups take control, the country could become more of a haven for terrorism. It's interesting. Okay. Yeah, what happens here is the way this setup is right here. If I put my hand up, my hand looks a lot bigger because the camera's a bit closer to me now than it normally would be. Okay, so that's interesting. Hang on a moment. Let me show you something else here. This is from... Oh, let me just show you the map again. I like showing the map once in a while. Maybe let me show you a different map. I'm going to show you the map that the Institute for the Study of War had up yesterday, because that's a helpful map too. Oh, did they post another one? Would it become a theocracy? That I don't know. That I do not know. So this was the Institute for the Study of War is a really good website that covers military conflicts around the world, understandingwar.org. And yesterday they had an article which said some stuff about Syria. And so this is not completely up to date because things keep happening every day. But I want to show you this map here. I'm going to post a link to it because I think it's helpful just to get a general idea of what's going on. So I'll post a link to this map right now from the Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. And what you can see here, again, this is not up to date in the last day, but see this brown area here? That's an area of HTS-led opposition forces. And just in the last week, they have taken Aleppo, and they have taken Hama, and today they took Homs. So that brown area now goes down even further. And you can see Damascus is here. Homs is the last major city on the highway to Damascus. Also, rebel forces have been taking some areas down here south of Damascus, and I believe that's increased today as well. But that gives you, and up here is Kurdish forces up here, this purple area. But just to give you a general idea of things, and we've seen this analysis repeatedly, that if the rebels, take Homs, which apparently they have done now, that cuts off the Damascus forces of Assad. Damascus is the seat of power of the Assad government. There's a bunch of Assad supporters on the coast, and there's also a Russian military and naval base on the coast here. But if Homs is taken, and appears to have been, they have now cut off Damascus from the coastal Assad support area. Okay, so let me show you something right here. Actually, let me take 1 second. I want to read a few more comments. John Turpin says the U.S. went and deposed of Saddam in Iraq for having WMDs, whereas Assad already deployed chemical weapons on the people of Syria. I mean, I'm not going to get into it now. Someone might say, well, there's important differences between the situation. So are you saying like the U.S., if they're going to be consistent, should go in and depose Assad? I mean, somebody in the U.S. might say, well, the Assad wasn't as much of a threat to the U.S. I don't know. I'm just saying it's an interesting comparison, but someone might think there are important differences between the two situations. That's not my wheelhouse. But thank you, John, for bringing that up. John Turpin. I appreciate you writing in. I can't confirm this video. NWO Style sent me a video someone posted claiming that it was an anti-regime protest in the town of Latakia, which I believe is normally a Assad supporting town, but I'm not sure. But I don't know if the video is legit. Yeah, Latakia would be in the coastal area that supports Assad. But I can't verify the video. Maybe it's legit. Thanks to NWO Style for taking that in, for sending it in. Tim Atkins said a Russian plane was headed to Syria on Flight Radar 24. I'm assuming that kind of thing happens all the time, especially given that Russia has military bases in Syria. I haven't heard. Maybe it's important in some different kind of way. There's no way for me to tell. I don't know if it's still in the air. Most tracked flights. I'm not seeing it on most tracked flights, I'll tell you that. So my guess is maybe it's not in the air anymore. Maybe it was being tracked by a lot of people before. I think there's an air base, Russian air base on the coast there. I don't see it right now, but thanks for letting me know. All right. We just wanted to take some of your comments. What is this? And our viewer Lazy mentioned to me that Live UA Map Middle East said there's a report that the rebels claimed that heads of intelligence branches in Damascus have completed their arrangements with us to control the capital. Is that true? I have no idea. I cannot confirm that. Live UA Map Middle East posted that. Oh, let me also see something here. By the way, I don't have any live streams. In case you're wondering, I don't have any live streams right now from Syria. Oh, The Economist wrote something today about this. They give some good analysis. So let me just give you a little summary of what The Economist has to say about the Assad situation in Syria right now. They say that Assad looks finished. They say as rebels encircle Damascus, Assad looks finished. So just, if you want to read the whole article, you can go over to The Economist. Let me just give you a sense of what they're saying over there. They say Assad is now abandoned by his army and his foreign allies. The Economist says his brutal 24-year reign suddenly seems to be nearing its end. Okay? They say as the rebels have pushed forward, the Assad regime army has melted away. I don't know, and it's not even clear that the rebel advance was supposed to be remotely this big and this successful. The initial reporting suggested, as The Economist said, that the offensive was supposedly originally launched just to retaliate for the shelling of rebel-held areas and to prevent the Syrian regime from shelling these rebel-held areas. But it's possible that they just meant to push the forces back a bit, and the forces just melted away and the rebels kept going. I'm not sure. The rebels are led by HTS, says The Economist, which is a former al-Qaeda affiliate that broke with al-Qaeda in 2017 and has for years governed a slice of northwest Syria. This article was written before Homs fell, but they said it's likely that Homs will fall, which Homs has reportedly fallen now to the rebels. Yes, so The Economist says that because when the rebels control Homs, which apparently they now do, that gives them control of the highway that links Damascus to the coastal areas. The coast is the heartland of the Alawite sect of Assad. And that would make it hard to keep Damascus resupplied because normally those supplies would come from the coast. Okay. So, and that apparently has happened now. Let's see here, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Economist points out that there are other rebel groups who have claimed some areas south of Damascus. And there are these other rebel groups led by local groups in the south that have been approaching Damascus from the south and are now in Damascus suburbs. Okay, what else do they say? In the northeast, the Kurdish, mainly Kurdish militia, the SDF, is on the march as well, pushing the Assad regime out of the city of Deir ez-Zor, the largest city in the east. Okay, so The Economist says that Damascus, that the remainder of the Assad state, which is Damascus in the coast, is now basically encircled, no, almost totally encircled. Nobody has seen Assad in days. His office says he's still in Damascus. Many Syrians think he is gone. Okay, so it's not clear where he is. Let me just keep going here. The regime's foreign allies have only offered token help, the Economist says. Okay, let me keep going. The Economist says what happens next is impossible to predict. If Assad falls, HTS will want a big role in governing post-Assad Syria. It already runs a reasonably competent government in Idlib in northwestern Syria, says The Economist. And it's trying to enforce discipline among its fighters. But this is very interesting. HTS, which is the leading rebel group based in the northeast, which has been leading this the rebel groups which have been coming down from the north into Hama, into Homs. HTS, says The Economist, probably lacks the resources itself to govern a big, diverse country. The farther it gets from its home base of Idlib in the northwest, the more it will need to work well with others. rebels in the south might want a degree of autonomy, of self-control. So will the mostly Kurdish SDF in the northeast, right? So how unified will this country be if the Assad regime falls? What will happen there? And The Economist says whoever governs Syria next, Russia's priority will be to keep its naval base at Tartus, its sole port on the Mediterranean Sea. The Economist says there is great unease about the future in Syria among Syrians, but greater relief that the end of the Assad regime, which brought so much death and destruction, seems nigh. So that's a really interesting point that The Economist makes. Is they say that if we go back to the Institute for the Study of War map for a second here, they point out that, look, the HTS-led rebel groups which have been moving down from Idlib and taking Aleppo, Hama, and now Homs, they say that they don't believe HTS has the resources and the ability to govern the country by themselves. And they say that, you have rebel groups in the south who might want control of their own area. You have Kurdish-led forces in the northeast that might want to have some degree of control of their area. So if the Assad regime falls, what happens to Syria? Is it run by one government? Does it eventually really kind of break up into different parts? I have no idea. But that's an interesting view. If you want to read that whole article, go to economist.com and you can read the whole thing. But that's an interesting take. This map you're looking at is from Institute for the Study of War. I will post the link to this map in the chat. Our viewer. I want to get you a couple of comments. Jackson 22 thinks it will be like Libya after the 2011 revolution. When Gaddafi fell, right? And there's been a lot of infighting in Libya since then. I'm not a Libya expert, but I do know that. That's an interesting possible parallel that Jackson 22 brought up. Cheryl Simpson says, I can't see Russia holding the port. That won't work. Dubai Village says, what happens if the FSA in the south reach Damascus before HTS? Are they aligned or no? So I'm not an expert on this. The Economist suggested that the rebels approaching Damascus from the south are not led by HTS. And they end up working with HTS? Don't know. Will you have different rebel groups going from the north and south going into Damascus at the same time? Truth in Orthodoxy says prayers for Christian minorities. I don't know what the percentage of Christians is in Syria. Wikipedia says estimates of the number of Christians in Syria range around 2.5% of the total population. I think they say about, hold on, I'm a little confused here. The U.S. State Department estimates that Syrian Christians compose 2.5 to 3% of the total population inside Syria as of 2022. I don't know if that's changed much since then, but that's an estimate there. And the total population in Syria now, what is it, like 20-something million? So 23 million. So roughly speaking, maybe you're talking about, I don't know, 500,000 to 1 million Christians? 500,000? I'm not sure. But Truth in Orthodoxy, I think, is saying that because, for example, HTS, which is an important rebel group, is known as an Islamist fundamentalist group. X1011 says HTS is far from home. So what's going to happen in the coming days, even the next couple days? Could Damascus fall to the rebels? Could we get some announcement that Assad has left the country? Wow. I mean, this has only been going on for what, like 8 days or something? This advance, this offensive? Crazy. By the way, thanks to, hold on a second here. Hold on a moment. Thanks to I Said What who thinks Europe will be flooded again. I'm dreading this. So I Said What is wondering if you could have a lot of people leaving the country of Syria. Now, I assume it depends on, what's going on there. Could you have, if Assad supporters fear for their personal safety, for example, I can imagine them trying to leave the country. I don't know. It's a good question. Many millions of Syrians left during the Civil War. Thank you, Russell Scope, for being a member. Thanks, Ohio Rando, who says Baathists are political party, not religion. Thanks to Jonathan Sharp for your support. Will ISIS be revived if Assad falls? That I have no idea about that. That is not my wheelhouse. Also, Ohio Rando thinks Russian withdrawal will be Russia's U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was U.S.'s Russian withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was U.S.'s withdrawal from Vietnam. Thanks also to Hoodoo, Texas. With the fall of Syria, will Russia take in Alawite refugees and draft them for fighting in Ukraine? That's an interesting theory from Hoodoo, Texas, who says, will Russia take in supporters of Assad and draft them for fighting in Ukraine? I don't know if Assad supporters, if they thought they were going to have to fight in Ukraine, would be. I don't know if they'd be so anxious to go to Russia. All right, let me give you some updates here. Hang on a moment. All right, couple things I'm going to show you right now. First of all, this. In case you missed it, I just want to mention this again because I think it's really interesting, and to even actually just see this. Syrian army quits Homs, cutting Assad off from the coast. Assad in Damascus. So, I mean, it's really striking to read this reporting. This is from Reuters. Really striking to see this. Syrian government forces abandoned the key city of Homs on Saturday after less than a day of fighting, leaving President Assad's 24-year-old dangling by a thread, with insurgents also advancing toward the capital Damascus. Since the rebel sweep into Aleppo a week ago, government defenses have crumbled at dizzying speed as rebels seized a string of major cities and reignited a rebellion in places it had long seemed dead. The fall of Homs and threat to the capital Damascus now pose an immediate existential danger to the Assad dynasty's 5-decade reign over Syria, and the continued influence there of its main regional backer Iran and also of Russia. Assad's government may be on the verge of collapse, foreign officials told Reuters on condition of anonymity. One U.S. official put the potential time frame at 5 to 10 days, while another said Assad could be ousted in the coming week. Seizing Homs, an important crossroads between the capital and Mediterranean, effectively cuts off Damascus from the coastal stronghold of Assad's minority Alawite sect and from Russia's air and naval base. Okay, so it's really striking to see that and to hear that. Grifter says when Russians withdrew, that was it. I'm not sure if they have withdrawn. There are reports that Russia has been evacuating its bases. I mentioned that the war zone, or preparing to, the war zone, which is a really good military news website, they had posted this today. Oops, hang on a second. Let me show you what they posted today on their social media. Look, the war zone said Signs of possible evacuation at Russia's Khmeimim air base in Syria. Multiple airlifters have arrived at the base, 3 IL-76s and 1 AN-124. AN-T-24. No, AN-124. The AN-72 is usually forward base there. There also appears to be an Su-24 on the runway. Major uptick in airlifted presence. Expect more. That is from the war zone. And also, I want to just show you some of what AP had to say. Insurgents reach gates of Syria's capital, threatening to upend decades of Assad rule. Insurgents' stunning march across Syria accelerated today with news they had reached the gates of the capital and that government forces had abandoned the central city of Homs. The government was forced to deny rumors that Assad had left the country. The loss of Homs is a potentially crippling blow for Assad. It stands at an important interaction between Damascus, the capital, and Syria's coastal provinces of Latakia and Tartus, the Syrian leader's base of support and home to a Russian strategic naval base. Let's see here. The insurgency said today it has taken over Homs. The city's capture is a major victory for the rebels. Analysts said rebel control of Homs would be a game changer. The rebels' moves around Damascus, reported by the Monitor. It's a Britain-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. The rebels' moves around Damascus, reported by the Monitor and a rebel commander, came after the Syrian army withdrew from much of the southern part of the country, leaving more areas, including several provincial capitals, under control of opposition fighters. For the first time in the country's long-running civil war, says AP, the Assad government now has control of only 3 of 14 provincial capitals, Damascus and on the coast, Latakia and Tartus. By the way, the advances were among the largest in recent years by opposition factions led by a group, HTS, that has its origins in Al-Qaeda and is considered a terrorist organization by the U.S. and the UN. The insurgents have met little resistance from the Syrian army. And then, look at this. In Damascus, people rushed to stock up on supplies. Thousands went to Syria's border with Lebanon, trying to leave the country. Many shops in Damascus were closed, a resident said. Resident told the Associated Press, and the shops in Damascus that were still open ran out of staples such as sugar. Some were selling items at 3 times the normal price. A local resident said people are worried whether there will be a battle in Damascus or not. Assad has had little, if any, help from his allies. We talked about this. Russia is busy with the war in Ukraine. Iran has seen its proxies across the region like Hezbollah degraded by regular Israeli airstrikes. Let me take some more comments from you guys. This shock offensive began on November 27th. Just 10 days ago. 10 days ago, guys. This offensive began. Wow. Wow. Let's read some of what you have to say. Timbo says, goodbye, Damascus. Seattle Spider said the rebels are getting closer to Sydney's prison, a place where thousands of people were brutally tortured and killed. I have seen reports today of rebels reaching prisons, I believe. I'm not sure which ones. Who posted one about? Somebody posted about this I follow. Maybe Jimmy Rushton, who I follow for Ukraine stuff. Did he post about this? Yeah, so Jimmy pre-posted somebody who I'm not familiar with, who some people I follow. His name is Fared al-Mahlul. And Fared claimed that Syrian opposition fighters were freeing prisoners from a prison in Homs called Baluna Prison. Okay? And Jimmy Rushton, who I follow, posted about that. And I'll actually post Jimmy's post in the chat so you can see it. But what Jimmy said about that is Jimmy said, I actually follow Fared on my Syria list. Jimmy said tens of thousands of Syrian political prisoners, including children, were tortured to death in these prisons. We're witnessing something similar to the liberation of Nazi concentration camps in close to real time. That's what Jimmy Rushton thinks. I'll let you see Jimmy's post in the chat. I'll post a link to it. Oh, and Kyle Glenn posted something. Kyle I follow for OSINT stuff. Kyle 8 hours ago said a private plane left Damascus and headed toward Iraq. Likely destination of Abu Dhabi. This would be the third flight in 24 hours. Evacuation of Assad family cronies. And he says the plane is actually back now. Oh no, it's flying there again? Hold on. C5 Sky. Let me see if I can find this plane on Flight Radar. So let me just show you what Kyle posted. I'll show you what Kyle posted. This is interesting. Is it on Flight Radar right now? Hang on a moment. Let me see. Let me just see. Let me see. Hang on. Yes, here it is. Number 1 tracked flight. So this is a plane. It's the number 1 tracked flight on Flight Radar 24. Okay, and this is a plane that came from. This is in UAE, the UAE, Abu Dhabi. So this plane, I guess, maybe has been going back and forth. Let me get rid of the other planes. Hide other aircraft. Okay, there we go. That's better. This plane has been going back and forth, I believe, between Syria and the UAE. And it's coming back now. Now, Kyle Glenn has a thread about this. I follow Kyle. Let me show you what Kyle had to say. Kyle said... So he said, guess who's back? And he's talking about this plane. But Kyle posted, you can follow him at Kyle J. Glenn. Kyle said 8 hours ago, about 30 minutes ago, a private plane with the registration C5 Sky left Damascus and headed east toward Iraq. Likely destination of Abu Dhabi, Dubai. This would be the third flight in 24 hours. Evacuation of Assad family cronies. So it's very interesting. He thinks this plane going back and forth, and it's gone back and forth several times in the last 24 hours between Syria and Abu Dhabi. He thinks maybe it's bringing important people out of Syria. It's going between Damascus. Okay. B Loudman on Twitch made my day by saying, "You look ill/sick." You know, it's always wonderful when viewers take time out of their day to post stuff like that really, really uplifts the world and makes me feel better. I will say the reason I usually don't mention it, but the reason I mention it today is I am in Mexico City, and the broadcast does not look like it normally looks and sound like it's normally sound. I'm doing the best I can to bring you the broadcast. The lighting is not nearly like it is in my studio. So yes, I do look a bit pale and that is because of the lighting. But forget about that. Man, that is a really nice thing to say. And I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to post that in the chat. Wow. I really wish there were more viewers like you. I wish there were more people in the world like you. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being you. I appreciate it. You know what? Posts like that in the chat are what make doing this, it really what makes it worthwhile. That's what makes it worthwhile. No, but I did want to bring it up because, again, just remind people, I'm not at my normal studio, so it's not going to look, I mean, look, the green screen, to break the fourth wall, the green screen is not, working like it normally does and everything, but it kind of works. So, doing the best I can. Okay. Yeah, it's not I don't want to get into technical discussion in the chat. Believe me, it's not an easy fix. Believe me, I've tried making some adjustments. There are limits to what you can do with very limited resources, just to be clear. Okay. So anyways, if you want to follow Kyle Glenn, I follow Kyle. I'll post a link to his post in the chat and you can see it. There you go. I just posted a link to that. So it's interesting Kyle brings up that plane. And if you want to track that flight, that's the #1 tracked flight on Flight Radar 24. You can go to Flight Radar 24. There it is, Sea Sky. Oh, I wonder if we can find the history of it. Sea Sky, let's go to, again, #1 worldwide flight. It's flying to Damascus from Abu Dhabi. Kyle Glenn says it's flown back and forth between Damascus and Abu Dhabi several times in the last 24 hours. And can we get the history from it? I forget how to do it. Recent flights. Yes, look at the recent flights, guys. Here, look. Can I show you this here? Here it is. This is from Flight Radar 24. This is the plane. Okay, look at the last day or two. Dubai to Damascus. Something to Abu Dhabi. I'm assuming it's Damascus. Abu Dhabi to Damascus. Blank to Abu Dhabi. Well, I'm assuming blank means Damascus. Abu Dhabi to Damascus. Blank to Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi to Damascus. So this is in the last day or two. It has gone back and forth. If we assume this is Damascus, if it's taking off from where it landed, it's gone back and forth about 4 times. Ed says, how much gold is that plane carrying? Eric Nielsen says, full of U.S. cash. It's very interesting. Again, you can look that up on Flight Radar 24. Daniel Boberson says those are not tourist flights. But if you go to Flight Radar 24, it is the #1 tracked flight. I'm going to post what Kyle posted about that. I'm going to repost Kyle's post because I think it's interesting. All right, hang on a moment here. Jim Shudo just posted, hey guys, I have an update for you from Jim Shudo with CNN. Jim just posted something. Jim Shudo of CNN reports Rebel forces appear to have entered the Syrian. He posted this 5 minutes ago. I'm going to call this a news update. We have a news update for you. News update. Ready? Did the graphic work? News update. Here we go. Jim Sciutto with CNN says 5 minutes ago, rebel forces appear to have entered the Syrian capital of Damascus, one resident told CNN, as the Assad regime's defenses showed signs of collapsing. The rebels are in Barzeh, a neighborhood inside Damascus City. The resident told CNN, adding that clashes were currently taking place. Wow, that's an important report right there from CNN's Jim Sciutto. New report. So big new reporting there that there are clashes going on in Damascus. Let me see if I have any other reporting about that, about rebels being in Damascus. Hang on a moment. I got to check some things here. Let me check some different sources and see what they're saying about this. One moment, please. The Fars news agency, which is Iranian state media, says a Syrian army source told Syrian state media, Sana, that the news published by the media about the retreat of the Syrian armed forces from northern Latakia is not true at all. What is going on now in Damascus? Hey, by the way, that is really generous of you, Lewis R. Very kind of you, Lewis R. I really appreciate all your support for the channel. Lewis R., very generous of you. Thank you, Lewis. Also, thanks so much to Paula for your support. I really appreciate that, Paula. Also, hold on a second here. Thanks to Eris Kalar for being a member. And Jesse F., thanks for your support, Jesse F., and Mom of 457 Rose, and Skid Row Bach for being a member. Skid Row says this will be a fun close to the year. Thanks, Richard Canuck, our new member, John, our new member. Also, shout out to, hold on. Thanks to Owner for subscribing on Twitch, and Dubai Whips for subscribing on Twitch, and 9OG 06 for subscribing on Twitch, and C50 Pack for subscribing on Twitch. Also, thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate it as we bring you this live coverage. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Sarah and Surly Dev over there on Twitch, over on Facebook. We have had Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley and Ronald Egnor. And hold on a second here. Linda Belk and Larry on X. And hold on a second here, guys. Paul Anderson modding. Thank you, Paul. Any others I might be missing? And Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi moderating over there on YouTube. Roberts May Queen, thank you so much for moderating. Let me read you again this new report from CNN. Jim Sciutto posted it. This seems pretty important. Jim Sciutto with CNN says, rebel forces appear to have entered the Syrian capital of Damascus, one resident told CNN, as the Assad regime's defenses showed signs of collapsing. The rebels are in Barzeh, a neighborhood inside Damascus City, the resident told CNN, adding that clashes were currently taking place. Wow. That's a big, if true, report. See if I can get you a little map up here on the screen. Hold on. Barzeh. Can I show you where that is? Barzeh, Damascus, Syria. Yes, I can show you where that is. Okay, so here is, here's the map of from Google Maps. Let me throw this up here. Hold on, need a second here. Now, Barzeh is here. See, there is Damascus. See, it says Damascus, and there is Barzeh, right in Damascus. So reportedly, there are rebels, and that would be in the north of Damascus. Reportedly, there are rebels in Damascus with fighting going on. Barzeh is right at the north there, right at the north. So maybe we're going to be hearing some more live reports about what's going on. Let me check a couple other outlets here, see what they're saying. Now, this is an unconfirmed video here that Tendar, who I follow, posted. Danny Maki posted this, actually. Danny is an expert on Syria, who I follow. I don't own the rights to the video. Danny posted a video, an unconfirmed video of, supposedly it's a video of central Damascus and soldiers abandoning positions and changing into civilian clothes. I'm going to post a link to the. I'm going to post a link in the chat to it. Okay, hold on. I just posted a link. I don't own the rights to the video, so I can't show it. But Danny Maki, who again is a Syria expert I follow, it's a video purportedly from central Damascus showing soldiers and military abandoning positions and changing into civilian clothes. He actually posted another video about a half hour ago of something similar, of Syrian military abandoning positions in central Damascus and changing into civilian clothes. I'll post that link too. That's Danny Maki on X, DANNY_MAKKI. I can't verify those videos, but I mean, Danny is not somebody who just posts garbage all the time, and he knows his stuff. So those very well might be legitimate. that CNN report is the only one I've seen so far of rebels in Damascus. Oh, and I'm hearing reports that Sednaya prison might be liberated. So if you look at Wikipedia, Sednaya prison, nicknamed the Human Slaughterhouse, is a military prison near Damascus in Syria, operated by the Syrian government. The prison has been used to hold thousands of prisoners, both civilian detainees and anti-government rebels. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights estimated in January 2021 that 30,000 detainees have died in Sednaya from torture, ill treatment, and mass executions since the outbreak of the Syrian Civil War. So there are reports that this prison is going to be liberated soon by rebels. So that's something else we'll keep an eye on. But I'm seeing reports on social media from some accounts I follow, saying that that prison is going to be liberated. So we could be seeing some big developments tonight. Kyle Glenn is posting something about stuff about aircraft. So I mentioned that Kyle Glenn, who's a good person to follow for this stuff, he posted before about that plane that's gone back like 4 times back and forth between Damascus and the UAE, Abu Dhabi, like in the last 2 days. And it's currently the #1 tracked plane on Flight Radar 24 because it's flying again from the UAE into Syria. And Kyle thinks that maybe, higher ups or possibly, Assad family members could be on it or something. Or Assad, people who work with Assad. And he did point out what he said about that flight is he says, that flight we were watching, he says, looks like it's heading for Hamimim in Syria, which is a Russian base this time, which would make sense with reports of rebels in close proximity to the airport in Damascus. Obviously, whoever they're evacuating have managed to move into Latakia. So he's saying that this time it's not going to land in Damascus. By the way, he's at Kyle J. Glenn. He posted about a new flight too. So if you go to Flight Radar 24, is it even up there anymore? Maybe it's not being tracked anymore. It was there. Or did it land? We were watching it before. I don't see it right now. Is this the other plane he was looking at from Iran? Hold on. I'll tell you. Kyle said, our viewer insert blame here says there's a new one from Tehran. Yeah, so Kyle says, another aircraft to keep an eye on. Iranian Mahan Air heading west towards Syria. That is our IRM 142. And if you look here on Flight Radar 24, that's the #1 worldwide flight being tracked. And it's left from Iran and it's flying towards Syria. So are people getting out of Syria? Are people getting out? Some of our viewers think maybe wealth is getting out. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and check that out. A quick thank you, by the way, too. Hey, thanks so much to Gregory Prim. I really appreciate that, Gregory. Thanks for your support. Also, thanks so much to Proximate Cause. Says it appears Russian airstrikes have dramatically decreased. Maybe they are withdrawing. So I can't speak to, and thanks to Carl Carlson for your support. I really appreciate that, Carl. I can't speak to the amount of Russian airstrikes, but there is reporting. It's unclear whether Russia has started withdrawing resources from Syria or is preparing to. There's some reporting suggesting they are at least preparing to, or they have. We don't know right now. We don't know. It's a good question. And certainly, I'll let you know if I hear more. JJ thinks the plane was flying to the F1 races in Abu Dhabi. Well, you're saying that it's going back and forth to Damascus in Syria just to take people to the F1 races? I mean, if there are F1 races this weekend, I don't know if there are. If there are, you could be right. So we don't know for sure what it's doing. But it's gone back and forth, about 4 times between Damascus and Abu Dhabi. Yes, there is a Formula One race there tomorrow. Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, right? If I have it right. So yeah, I mean, look, it's a good point that we don't know what that. I haven't said we know what that plane is doing. We don't know. Yeah, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix is tomorrow. Thank you, JJ, for your support. Thanks, Skid Row Bach, for being a member. All right, hold on. Hold on. Do we have updates? Again, about 20 minutes ago, CNN's Jim Sciutto reported rebel forces appear to have entered the Syrian capital of Damascus. One resident told CNN as the Assad regime's defenses showed signs of collapsing. The rebels are in Barza, a neighborhood inside Damascus City. The resident told CNN Barza is in the north of Damascus. And the resident said clashes were currently taking place. Earlier today, the rebels apparently took the city of Homs from the Assad regime. That is the last big city on the highway leading from the northern rebel-controlled areas down to Damascus, which is the seat of power of the Assad regime. So could we see Damascus fall and the Assad regime completely fall in Syria in the coming hours and days? We do not know. Well, it certainly seems possible, but we don't know what's going to happen. I'm checking a bunch of different outlets to see if I see any new updates. You can reach me on X at Lookner. But I have yet to see any other reports like the CNN report. Barbara Emanuel says, could Assad himself be flying out? Possibly if he's still there. I don't know. I don't know that he's going to sit there and wait for the rebels if he thinks the rebels are going to come and take over the entire country. All right, so if I get other updates, I will breaking updates, I'll certainly let you know. Let me check a couple different things here. All right, we showed you that already. We showed you that. Oops, hold on. There's a new update from Reuters I want to mention to you. Oh, you know what? There's another interesting thing I want to mention to you guys as well. I just saw something that was really interesting. If you give me 2 seconds here. Check this out. Sweeping Syrian rebel advance resurrects U.S. fears of Islamist takeover. We were talking about this before. Some of our viewers said, well, if the rebels take over Syria, how, is it going to be a fundamentalist country? Now, there's a bunch of different groups that oppose Assad. The groups that have been moving down from the north, taking Aleppo and Hama and Homs, they are led by this fundamentalist Islamist group, HTS. So I'm not going to read, I won't read the whole, let me just read a little of this article from the Washington Post. When a patchwork of rebel armies threatened Syria's capital a decade ago, governments from Washington to the Middle East were forced to confront a jarring possibility: a collapse of Syria's brutal autocracy might lead to the rise of something even worse. Okay. At that time, the U.S. and its allies were pouring billions of dollars into arming pro-democracy rebels fighting to overthrow Assad. But the militias that posed the greatest threat to Damascus were led by religious extremists that bent on turning Syria into an Islamist caliphate, a religious a theocracy. What if Assad fell, analysts asked, only to be replaced by groups that Washington regarded as terrorists? The scenario was given a name: catastrophic success. The same question is being asked with urgency as intelligence agencies around the world contemplate the sweeping gains over the past week by the Syrian rebel group HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, an Arabic name that translates into Organization for the Liberation of the Levant. The group's pedigree is well known, with historic links to both the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. From Jerusalem and Amman, Jordan, to Washington and Paris, governments are bracing for the real possibility that Damascus could come under the sway of a militant faction that the U.S. has officially labeled a terrorist organization. One Middle Eastern official said they may have evolved, but their essential ideology is still the same. Now, this is interesting. U.S. and Middle Eastern officials acknowledge the situation in Syria is profoundly different compared to a decade ago. Russia now has multiple military bases in Syria and has shown a readiness to use air power to ensure the survival of its most important Middle East ally. But I don't know. I mean, it seems like Russia's not really getting on board in a strong way to keep Assad in power. But this is important. We've talked about this a little bit. According to a broad array of analysts and Syria experts, the rebel group HTS also has changed, not just in its rhetoric, but in its actions, including at least an initial public embrace of pluralism and religious freedom in areas that it has come to occupy. Whether HTS's professions of reform are genuine is far from clear. It is one unknown among a swirl of uncertainties in a crisis changing so rapidly that Western intelligence analysts acknowledge they are struggling to keep up. It's really interesting. I'm not going to read the whole article. It's a long article, but let me just kind of pick a couple of the things out of here. Very interesting from the Washington Post. Okay, there's debate among experts whether the rebel group could capture Damascus. Well, that's looking pretty, it's getting more and more likely now. How HTS would wield power if successful remained unknown. And also unclear is whether other armed groups will exploit the collapse of Syrian authority to gain new territory. Among the possible beneficiaries of the current crisis is the Islamic State, which has cells in villages and towns in Syria's central and eastern deserts. Wow. The outcome could have major security impacts for Syria's neighbors, as well as the hundreds of U.S. service personnel deployed at military outposts in Syria. The consequences could be even more profound for ordinary Syrians, including the 14 million, more than 2/3 of the country's population, who are internally displaced or living as refugees. Okay. And almost no one saw it coming, says the article. And the article points out over time, the rebel side came to be dominated by the Islamists. Okay, I'm going to mark this because this is interesting. Fine. Despite Russian and Iranian statements vowing to back Assad, an official said U.S. analysts were seeing evidence that support for the Syrian leader was wavering. Both countries were advising their citizens to quickly leave the country, the official said. Yeah, and look, this has already happened now. One expert said Homs is where we start entering endgame territory for Assad, said Aaron Lund, who's an expert. And Homs actually has gotten taken over reportedly by the rebels today. He said this yesterday. He said a collapse of Assad government control in Homs would effectively cut the regime in two parts, separating Damascus from the coastal areas that provide Assad's main base of support. And he said that's the point where the destruction of his regime starts looking very, very plausible, and that's already happened today. Okay, this talks about HTS more. Maybe we'll come back to this. But it just talks about how HTS, which is an Islamist fundamentalist group, the U.S. considers it a terrorist organization. They have claimed that they have moderated themselves in recent years. Their leader, Jolani of HTS, has sought to cultivate a more moderate, tolerant image and root out, sometimes brutally, Islamic State supporters in his enclave, as well as extremists within his organization. He has gone out of his way recently to do interviews with places like CNN and the New York Times. He told CNN no one has the right to erase another group. He said of ethnic and religious minorities. But it says here, Syrian advocacy groups say Jolani has generally followed through on his pledge of moderation in allowing freedom of worship and granting rights to women. In HTS's Idlib stronghold, as well as cities that have recently fallen to the group. But still, several U.S. and Middle Eastern analysts said they are not yet convinced by Jolani's claims of reform. Some noted that Afghanistan's Taliban rulers also promised a more tolerant governing style after seizing control of Kabul in 2021. Instead, Afghanistan's conservative leaders have imposed strict restrictions on the country's female population. All right, so the reason, normally I don't spend that much time reading all at once. I know it's a lot of reading this article, but it's very interesting, and this article touches on a bunch of questions that you guys have had. What will Syria look like if the rebels take over the country? And how fundamentalist might it be? And another point to keep in mind that The Economist made in its article today is they think that if the rebels take over Damascus and they take over the country, HTS will not have the resources to lead the country by itself. They say there are other rebel groups in the south that might want some degree of self-control. There's Kurdish-led forces in the northeast that might want some degree of autonomy. So, they were not expecting that even if the rebels took over Damascus and took the country, that HTS would run the entire country. So the reason I spent a little more time reading that article and talking about it is it gets to a lot of the questions that you guys have been asking about. What does this mean for Syria? What does a post-Assad Syria look like if we get there? How fundamentalist would it be? What kind of threat would it be to other, what kind of impact might it be or threat might it be to other countries? So it's an interesting article because it addresses those things. Okay? So you can find this in the Washington Post if you want to read the whole article. I actually think it's a really interesting article. And a number of the points they made in there are points that we've seen in other articles, in other publications about this as well. Yeah, and as I was saying, a lot of questions. It's not really clear what the country will look like if the rebels end up taking Damascus and taking over the country. You know, in a few years, people could be looking back at this in Western countries and saying, wow, it's actually worse now there for the West than it was with Assad. Maybe they don't. Maybe they say, wow, this was a really great transition for the people there and for us. I don't know. Roger Shoemaker says, Russia better leave Dodge soon. Let's see if we have any updates about what's going on in Damascus right now. Our viewer Yaddlezap says, always seems to happen that way. Do you mean when, like, when a regime falls and then the next, what follows it is worse? Pancake says, so basically another Afghanistan? Seeing some, so Michael Weiss, who I follow, just reposted a claim from a research fellow at LSE, which I think is London School, LSE Middle East. What is that? London School of Economics, Middle East? LSE is London, LSE, I think it's the LSE Middle East Center. Yes. So someone with the London School of Economics Middle East Center said a few minutes ago, Michael Weiss, who I follow, reposted her. She said Rim Turkmani, who is a senior research fellow at London School of Economics, who focuses on the Middle East, she claims that the presidential guest palace in Damascus is currently being evacuated. Is that true? I don't know. It's a claim. But just passing that along. There's another unconfirmed report I see from this account that a lot of people I follow, C4H10FO2P, that claims Damascus International Airport has been abandoned by Syrian forces. Is that true? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff being thrown around right now, a lot of unconfirmed claims. So I'm giving you a sense of some of the things I'm hearing, but we just don't know. I certainly have not seen any signs yet that there's any kind of strong resistance being put up to the rebels. John Durham says, who's going to take Assad and his wife in? If they, or at least one of them, has not left already. Okay, hold on, I might have another report for you. As I mentioned, CNN had reported that they talked to somebody in Damascus who said that there were rebel forces in part of Damascus and that there were clashes taking place in Barzeh, northern Damascus. And this resident said they saw rebel fighters moving through alleys of Barzeh. CNN says reconnaissance units had entered Damascus overnight searching for President Assad, but were unable to find him, the source said. Is that a resident who told him that or a different source? CNN says a source familiar with the rebels' advance said militarily Damascus has fallen, and reconnaissance units had entered Damascus overnight searching for President Assad, but were unable to find him. Is that true? I don't know. A source first told CNN this. Hold on. So a bunch of unconfirmed reports right now about what's going on. Thanks to DNBR for your support. DNBR thinks Assad has fled to Moscow, the same place where Ukrainian President Yanukovych resides. Now, DNBR says they're a DJ of a nightclub in Damascus and there's a fire outside. We don't know what to do. Now, I obviously cannot confirm that's where DNBR is. I hope if DNBR is there, DNBR is safe. We do not know if Assad is still in Syria. The Syrian government was saying today that he was, I believe. We saw an article saying that, but I can't confirm that. So maybe he has left. We did a poll before, and about 3/4 of the poll results in our poll chat said that you guys thought he had left Syria already. We might do another poll in a second. Thank you, Owl101 said heard about updates about IDF on Syrian border. You know, I heard something about an IDF strike in Syria, but that happens all the time. That's been going on for years. The IDF has been conducting strikes in Syria for years, specifically on targets related to Iran. For example, on when the IDF thinks that Iran might be trying to bring weapons into Lebanon through Syria, they will conduct strikes. So I had seen something today about some sort of IDF strike, but I don't see any evidence that's relating to what's going on with the civil war, because again, this is something that's very common for the IDF to do, is to carry out strikes in Syria when they feel it protects their interests. I don't have specifics. I don't remember where I saw that report today, but it didn't sound to me like something that was strongly related to the civil war. I'll keep an eye out. I don't want to take too much time. To try to find that report. I can't find it right now. Thank you so much to Owl101. I appreciate that. Also, Rick D for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Please make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or gift subscription. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. I mean, the IDF might have even announced it. I don't know. But again, I don't want to take too much time on that. Now, they haven't posted something for a little while. Anyways, I'll keep an eye out for more updates on that. So one this is really unconfirmed. One account I follow, Tender, said that they had heard some reports that the IDF was striking Hezbollah units who were fleeing from Syria. I mean, look, the IDF has been attacking Hezbollah significantly for months, although there is a ceasefire in Lebanon now. I don't know if it applies to Hezbollah units in Syria, so I'm not sure if that happened. Hang on, let me just see if I have any new reports for you. Again, we're hearing at least one report saying that rebel troops have moved into Damascus. Into Damascus. Okay, there's an unconfirmed report. Director Al-Hadath, which is a popular Arabic language news channel, they say the director of the Syrian Observatory, that's a British group which is widely quoted in the news media because they do a lot of reporting about Syria. The director of the Syrian Observatory says that government forces have withdrawn from Damascus International Airport. That is not confirmed right now. I've seen those kind of reports a couple times. But again, that's from Al-Hadath. They say the director of the Syrian Observatory says that the government forces have withdrawn, the Assad forces have withdrawn from the Damascus International Airport. What is this? Al Jazeera reports that the Syrian opposition claims our forces are behind enemy lines and are searching for Assad in Damascus. They just posted that a minute ago. It's very interesting. So we've now seen a couple different reports claiming that rebel forces are in Damascus looking for Assad. Sky News Arabia claims that Reuters says heavy gunfire was heard in the center of Damascus. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple reports claiming from like Sky News Arabia posted that, but they say that Reuters said it. I haven't seen the original Reuters report, though. I mean, in the coming hours, might Damascus fall in the coming hours? Is Assad still there? Would he have just left earlier? I don't know. I mean, I think, personally, I would have to think that Assad might have thought it was possible that the rebels would get to Damascus soon. So, I personally would be surprised if he were there. I don't know. Our viewer, Miss Annie, thinks Assad has fled the country already. Barry thinks it's game over. I'm going to ask a poll question. My poll question to you is, will Damascus fall to the rebels tonight? How about that? Actually, I mean, I don't want to say tonight because I think it's about 3 or 4 a.m. there. So maybe in the next 24 hours. Yeah, it's 4:14 a.m. So I don't want to say like the next hour. All right, I'm posting in the next 24 hours and we'll see what you guys say. Let me post this poll. Okay, let me show you what our viewers are saying about that. I asked you, will Damascus fall to the rebels in the next 24 hours? And basically, I think it's the case probably that if Damascus falls, the regime falls. I mean, they'll still be the coast, but at that point, seems like that would be it. Okay, our YouTube viewers, 84% say Damascus will follow the rebels in the next 24 hours. Over there on Twitch, what do our viewers say? Our viewers on Twitch say, well, look at this. It's almost the exact same. 83% on Twitch say that Damascus will fall to the rebels in the next 24 hours. Oops, you can't see this. Now you can see it. Our viewers are confident. Hang on a moment here. Leave that poll up there for another second. Thank you to Pam Acourt for being a member. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Warlord Wolf, for subscribing on Twitch. And Night Owl. Night Owl for subscribing on Twitch. Slothy-esque. Thanks, Slothy-esque, for the community sub, for giving out a gift sub on Twitch. Jackson thinks it may fall in the next hour. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. I appreciate you voting. At this point, I'm really trying to get you the latest updates on what is going on in Damascus, guys. What is going on there? Antoine Fletcher says Damascus could fall in 24 minutes. Joyce Karam. Oh. Joyce Karam, who I follow, who's a good person to follow, she's a reporter who focuses on the Middle East, says the 5-decade Assad rule of Syria is in its last throes. Rebels have entered Damascus, Syrian military leaving positions, defections by thousands. Bashar Assad, whereabouts unknown, and his closest allies have abandoned sinking ship. History unfolding 4:17 a.m. in Damascus. Yeah, I'm seeing I've seen a couple unconfirmed reports of gunfire in Damascus. I mean, one of them is from a pro-opposition television network that I think broadcasts out of Istanbul. So I don't want to start quoting them as being like, oh, they definitely know, you know? So, whoa, I hadn't seen this. Is this true? Hold on a second. This is something different, but I hadn't seen this. Hold on. Hold on a second here. I just saw something. Okay, so ABC News is reporting, and I believe Eric Toller posted about this earlier today. I hadn't seen this yet. He's with the New York Times. MSNBC reported about it. Okay, ABC News says the backpack recovered by the NYPD that allegedly belonged to the suspect wanted in the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson only had two items inside: a Tommy Hilfiger jacket and Monopoly money. A Tommy Hilfiger jacket and Monopoly money. That they have an article now. I'll post a link to it on my X account. I'll post a link in the chat. By the way, I think MSNBC was reporting about that hours ago. I just hadn't seen it. Okay, so I wanted to. I'll post a link to that in the chat for you guys. But again, that is according to ABC News. Police have not yet recovered the gun used in the shooting. I'm just giving you enough. That's according to ABC News. Sorry, I just wanted to pass that along. Danny Mackey, who is, I consider Danny an expert on Syria, who I follow. Danny is at Danny_Mackey, Maki. He thinks Damascus will be fully under opposition control by the morning. And it's like 4 something there now. It's 4:23 a.m. So Danny thinks in the coming hours that Damascus will be fully under opposition control by the morning. I'll post a link to his post in the chat, but he's a good person to follow for serious stuff. I've been following him for a while about serious stuff, so I can't confirm that, but I certainly take seriously what he says. There are a number of videos floating around that claim to show soldiers, Assad soldiers, removing their uniforms and abandoning their posts. I can't confirm those, but there have been a number of those videos posted by various people who I follow, various people who do reporting about Syria. Hold on a second here. Yeah, Kieran Wilson and some of our viewers have mentioned this flight. We talked about this flight earlier. So this is the #1 tracked flight right now on Flight Radar 24. It's a flight that left Iran and is heading towards somewhere in Syria, it looks like. Right? I don't know. Kieran thought it was going to Damascus and now instead is going to maybe a Russian base on the coast, like in Latakia or something. I don't know that. Maybe that's the way it normally flies. I don't know what route it normally would take. But I could certainly understand if planes would not want to land in Damascus right now if they were related to Assad. But I don't know what this plane is doing, just to be clear. We were looking at a plane before that Kyle Glenn pointed out that in the last 2 days has gone back and forth between Damascus and Abu Dhabi about 4 different times. So are people leaving the regime? What is this plane? What's going on with this plane? I don't know. I have no idea. But that is the #1 tracked plane on Flight Radar 24 right now. Thanks, Kieran, for mentioning it. Checking some of the things people have sent me. Michael Lauzone our viewer thinks, Damascus will fall in 24 hours. And there's all these rumors floating around online. I'm not really concerned with the rumors. I'm just trying to bring you the latest updates here in this rapidly developing situation. Hang on a second here. I'm seeing a report. Al Jazeera says that the Syrian opposition claims that regime forces have withdrawn from Damascus International Airport. That's a report I've heard several times. Al Jazeera says the Syrian opposition is saying that. Armed opposition is saying that. But I can't confirm that right now. Let me check a couple other things out here. What happened here? What happened here? Al Arabiya, which is a well-known Arabic language news outlet, says monitoring the withdrawal of Syrian army forces from their positions in Damascus. Al Arabiya says there is a clip circulating of Syrian soldiers withdrawing from the vicinity of the Ministry of the Interior in Damascus. Oh. By the way, the flight we were watching that disappeared from, Kyle Glenn had posted about this plane that in the last day or two had been back and forth multiple times between Syria and Abu Dhabi, and he was wondering if maybe people were evacuating between Damascus and Abu Dhabi, and he was wondering if maybe people were evacuating on that plane. He just pointed out that he believes that thing disappeared from radar a little while ago, and he says that the plane. He says it seems like this flight. Oh, both flights disappeared. Did the Iran flight disappear too? Yes, the Iran flight is no longer visible on the radar either. See, it's not the one from Iran into Syria. So what he said is, Kyle just posted and said, it seems that the flight from Iran, like the private jet from Abu Dhabi, has turned its transponder off in an attempt to hide where it's landing. In my opinion, the Russian base of Hamimim in Syria is the only feasible option. So that has happened. Both of those flights that we saw that were each the number one tracked flight, they both are not on Flight Radar 24 anymore. And Kyle believes that they turned off their transponder. Interesting. Red God says it's a sover. I mean, everything we're hearing is pointing to that right now. Everything we're hearing is pointing to that there's no big force that's going to oppose these rebels in Damascus. Now, I might be wrong about that, about what actually happens. We just haven't heard it. I've heard no reliable reporting of any sort that suggests there's any kind of strong opposition force to the rebels moving into Damascus. Oh, that's different. That's not, is that? No, that's not what I want to mention. Al Arabiya reports, Al Arabiya sources, continuous shooting in areas of Damascus. So the Arabic language news outlet Al Arabiya says, Al Arabiya sources, continuous shooting in areas of Damascus. That is from the Arabic language news outlet Al Arabiya. They just posted that. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights says, just posted, now this is it's an organization in the UK, but they're pretty trusted on their reports about Syria. They say Assad, they just posted 3 minutes ago, Assad is gone. And I don't know what they mean by that post, but I believe that the head of that observatory earlier today said he thought Assad was no longer in the country. Syrian Observatory for Human Rights says members and officers of the regime forces withdrew from Damascus International Airport after a private plane left the airport. That's what the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights just posted. They said, members and officers of the regime forces withdrew from Damascus International Airport after a private plane left the airport. They just posted that right now. So, let's see. Al Arabiya says the sounds of continuous gunfire are heard on the outskirts of the capital. Did they change their post from before? Didn't they post something like that before? No, before they said continuous shooting in areas of Damascus. Well, they're still reporting they're shooting there. We are bringing you live coverage of the developments in the Syrian Civil War in the last week or so. There's been the last 10 days, basically. Syrian opposition groups, Syrian rebels, have conducted like a shocking, not anticipated, lightning advance where the Assad forces have just given way and collapsed and melted away, and they've taken big city after big city. They took Homs today, and now there are reports that rebels are moving in to Damascus, the capital and the seat of power of the Assad regime. So it certainly appears that we are getting closer to rebels taking Damascus, and maybe with that, the Assad regime falling completely in Syria. Bashar Assad, I believe, has been in power for over 20 years. The Assad family, roughly 5 decades in Syria. That could be ending in the coming hours. By the way, thanks so much to JR. That is really nice of you, JR. That's really generous. I really appreciate your support, JR. Also, Ken Lance, thanks for your support, Ken Lance. And also, Joe Swanson, thank you, Joe Swanson, for your support. And Lisa Sutz, thank you, Lisa, for your support. She said she heard that Sky News was reporting gunfire in Damascus. I don't know if they're reporting it from somebody else or they're reporting it themselves, but there's been several reports of that. I cannot confirm those reports. Also, thank you to MN Bolts for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. All right, let me keep checking for updates. Things are developing here, guys. Things are developing. Does Reuters have any update I can show you? Give me a moment. Let's see. So there's this article from a little while ago from Reuters. Syrian rebels celebrate and captured Homs, set sights on Damascus. Syrian rebels announced they had gained full control today over the key city of Homs after only a day of fighting, leaving Assad's 24-year-old rule dangling by a thread as insurgents marched on the capital, Damascus. The fall of Homs gives the insurgents control over Syria's strategic heartland in a key highway crossroads, severing Damascus from the coastal region that is the stronghold of Assad's Alawite sect and where his Russian allies have a naval base and air base. You can see here it says, the battle for control of the country, not much of a battle so far, is likely to turn quickly to Damascus. Residents of numerous Damascus districts turned out to protest Assad on Saturday evening, and security forces were either unwilling or unable to clamp down. A Syrian rebel commander said rebel forces were looking towards the capital. Existential threat to Assad rule. The fall of Homs and threat to the capital pose an immediate existential danger to the Assad dynasty's 5-decade reign over Syria and the continued influence there of its main regional backer, Iran, and also, I would say, Russia probably too. Foreign officials said that the Assad government may be on the verge of collapse. The pace of events has stunned Arab capitals and raised fears of a new wave of regional instability. All right, we got to see if we have more reports coming in from Damascus. Michael Weiss, who I follow, says, at this point, I'll be surprised if Assad lasts the night. Yeah, I mean, it just seemed, again, I've seen nothing to suggest that there's any kind of big armed opposition in Damascus to resist the rebels. Hang on a second here. I got to get some more water. There's another question. There's a famous prison, a notorious prison of the Assad regime near Damascus called Sednaya Prison. And there's reports that that prison might be liberated soon. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Sednaya Prison is near Damascus. Reportedly, tens of thousands of opponents to the Assad government have been killed there since the start of the Civil War. Well, there are a number of reports suggesting that that prison is on the brink of being liberated. And I will let you know what I hear about that too. There are some unconfirmed reports going around that Sednaya prison has been liberated, but that's unconfirmed at the moment. Al Jazeera reports there are celebrations in downtown Homs, which has been taken by the rebels from the Assad government today. Okay, Al Arabiya, which is an Arabic language news outlet, well known, they now are reporting that the rebels are now in control of the Sednaya prison. Again, I cannot confirm that, but there are now multiple reports that the rebels have taken control of the notorious Sednaya prison. On the outskirts of Damascus. 'Tis what it is, says crazy that no one saw this coming. Yeah, so Evan Hill with the Evan is with the Washington Post. Evan says many videos now circulating are now circulating, widely purporting to show prisoners who have been released from the notorious Sednaya prison. Al Jazeera says rebels have reached the prison. Evan calls this an epochal moment in Syrian history. I don't have any kind of live shot I can show you from Syria. If I did, I would show it to you. But I don't right now. The Washington Post says Iran began withdrawing some of its military commanders from Syria. A similar report came out last night from the New York Times. But the Washington Post says Iran began withdrawing some of its military commanders from Syria as rebel forces continued a stunning advance from the north toward the capital, Damascus. The evacuations signal Iran's growing concern that Syrian President Assad will be unable to withstand the assault. Despite clinging to power in Syria for more than 13 years during a brutal civil war that killed tens of thousands, Assad's future is suddenly uncertain. You know, this is interesting. The Washington Post had an article today about the situation. And in this article, it says, Syrian state, it says, Assad has vanished from public view since appearing with Iran's foreign minister last Sunday in Damascus, and it has made no statements. Again, Assad has vanished from public view since appearing with Iran's foreign minister in Damascus last Sunday and has made no statements. Expectations among regime supporters that he would address the nation tonight went unfulfilled. Syrian state media has denied rumors that he fled to Moscow, Tehran, or the UAE. People with connections to his inner circle said he was almost certainly still in Damascus. Really? But since announcing a 50% pay raise this week for the army, he has taken no discernible action to rally his followers. Hang on a moment here. Okay, Reuters now reports. I have a breaking update for you. Timur Azari is with Reuters, guys. And Timur Azari just posted. He is with Reuters. He just posted this. Here you go. Little breaking news for you. Timur Azari with Reuters. Breaking, Syria rebels say they have begun entering Damascus. Again, he is the Iraq bureau chief at Reuters. So he says, Syria rebels say they have begun entering Damascus. Now, we've heard reports about this, but now I guess the rebels are officially announcing this. Yes, Al Arabiya, big Arabic language news site, just said that the Syrian rebels, same report, the Syrian rebels say they have begun entering Damascus. They've officially announced it. Dirk of the Blaze thinks it's over. Wow. Oh, I see a new announcement. Al Arabiya is saying that the rebels say they took control of that notorious prison. What's it called? Sednaya? Hang on. Sednaya prison. As I mentioned, you can see on Wikipedia, Sednaya prison, nicknamed the Human Slaughterhouse, is a military prison near Damascus in Syria, operated by the Syrian government. The prison has been used to hold thousands of prisoners, both civilian detainees and anti-government rebels. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights estimated in January 2021 that 30,000 detainees have perished in Sednaya from torture, ill treatment, and mass execution since the outbreak of the Syrian Civil War. It's a notorious prison. A wide variety of inhumane torture practices are carried out in the prison, says this article. It has sources. You can check the sources on Wikipedia. It is located about 20 miles north of the Syrian capital of Damascus. So, again, I think it was Al Arabiya who says that the rebels are now saying they have taken control of that prison. So we are I'm waiting to bring you updates here. Could we see the fall of Damascus in the coming hours to the Syrian rebel forces and the fall of the Assad regime? Al Jazeera reports that the Syrian rebels say that they have I said this already, but I want to say it again. It's coming from Al Jazeera. Say they have taken control of Sednaya prison. By the way, that's a really big deal. From everything I gather, that's like a huge deal. That prison is just notorious, and it's a big moment that prison would be liberated. You know what I gotta do? I gotta put some more water. I gotta put some more water in my water bottle. If you give me 2 seconds. Guys, give me hold on, I'm gonna put text on the screen. I need 45 seconds basically. I'm gonna put up a minute, but it's gonna be less than a minute. I literally just have to go fill this water bottle up. So if you can hang on for a second, that would be awesome. Styles. Hold on here. Where is this here? All right, hold on. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm just filling up my water bottle. I'm coming right back. All right, I'm back. Thanks for your patience as we continue to cover these historic developments in Syria. The Syrian rebels say that they have entered Damascus, the capital and the seat of power of the Assad government, and it looks like that there's no big armed resistance to them. Oh, hold on a second. Breaking news. Breaking news from Reuters. Breaking news from Reuters, according to Timur Azari. Reuters reports two rebel sources say they are entering Damascus with no sign of army deployments. Again, Reuters reports two rebel sources say they are entering Damascus with no sign of army deployments. No sign of army deployments. That's no sign of Assad resistance. I want to see if I can change my headline. Why no big resistance? Because the Assad forces, for whatever reason, are not putting up a fight. I can't speak for them. Maybe they think they won't win. Maybe they think that without Russian, maybe, again, a lot of the Assad regime support over the years during the Civil War has come from Russia and Iran. Russia is now heavily involved in the Ukraine invasion. Iran's proxy groups, especially Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been a big supporter of Assad, but Hezbollah has been decimated by the war against Israel in recent months. So I don't know. I can't speak for those soldiers, but if they're not fighting, maybe they just think, well, we're not going to win. Maybe they don't think Assad has supported them enough. I don't know. Maybe they were never that behind him. I don't know. But ultimately, they might just think, why are we going to bother supporting this guy if we're going to lose anyway? But I don't know what. I can't speak to what specifically they're thinking. How about this? Syrian rebels reportedly enter Damascus with little resistance. Okay. Let's change the headline to that for now. Uh-oh. Let's see here. What happened here? Oh, sorry. We're going to change the headline to that. All right, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Again, Reuters says 2 rebel sources say they are entering Syria's Damascus with no sign of army deployments. No sign of a fight being put up for Damascus by the Assad forces. Wow. Hang on a moment here. Hey, thank you, Deshark. Yeah, Deshark mentioned that there was that Reuters report. I never saw the original report. Deshark said that Sky News said Reuters said 2 residents heard intense gunfire in the center of Damascus. Yeah, that's from I think a couple hours ago, and I never saw the original report. I mean, maybe Reuters did report it, but I'm not aware that there have been any pitched battle. Thank you, the Shark. I never saw the original Reuters report, but there have been some reports of gunfire in Damascus. Thank you, Deshark. Thank you also to MG for your support. Yeah, we mentioned that before. There was an article in the New York Times we mentioned before where it talked about how some U.S. What is it? That there was some worry in the U.S. government that Assad's forces might resort to using chemical weapons as a last resort. Honestly, at this point, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I just don't see it right now. I mean, there's just no sign, and there hasn't been a sign for the last 10 days since this all started that there's any big armed resistance by the Assad forces to the rebels. So it just doesn't make sense to me now that when they're not fighting, they're going to fire a few chemical weapons and get all the negatives that come from that without really stopping the rebels ultimately in the end. So, I mean, I see why there's a concern for it, and I think certainly there should be a concern. At the same time, I just don't, it doesn't make any sense to me that they would use them now. No, guys, there are no live cams. Please stop asking about the live cams because there's no live cams. I check them regularly. If I see them, I'll show it to you. But there are no live cams from Damascus right now. Everybody's asking about the live cams. I will show them to you. I'm not withholding them from you. I'm not saying like, man, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to show these guys the live cam. I'm going to watch it myself. I'm not watching a live cam myself without showing it to you. Rest assured, as soon as I see something that's interesting, I show it to you. Hold on. Thank you to Shark. Thank you to MG. Thank you, Big Sky, for your support. Big Sky, I'm not sure who you're referring to. I'm not sure. Thank you, Chris Timmons, and also Dozer242 and Ken Lance. All right, hang on a moment. Let me just get updates. This is the rapidly changing situation. I just saw an unconfirmed video that claims to be a video from inside the people running around inside Damascus International Airport, but I don't know if that's legit. Oh, Institute for the Study of War says, hold on, what are they saying? Our control map has been updated. We'll have to show you that. Hold on. Danny Maki says there are unconfirmed reports that Assad and other members of the elite fled to Dubai. I mean, we'll have to see what happens there. Danny somebody. Oh, awesome. So Danny Mackey is somebody I follow. I've been following for a while for Syria stuff. And he's a good person to follow for Syria stuff. He just posted something here. I know it says roving Damascene. Maybe that means a person from Damascus and screenwriter and journalist. But I've been following him for a while. And a lot of people I follow him. So Danny said about 13 minutes ago, he said, now I don't know if this is true. He says it's unconfirmed. Unconfirmed reports that Assad, along with a group of senior members of the elite, fled to Dubai. Now, look, he's saying it's unconfirmed. The only reason I'm showing this to you is because it's him and it's, he doesn't post garbage all the time. So we'll see if that turns out to be true. Oh, something else. Look, according to Timur Azari from Reuters, Syria rebels congratulate Syrian people on the news of prisoners being freed from the notorious government prison Sednaya prison, and they announce an end to the era of injustice at the notorious facility deemed a human slaughterhouse by rights groups. So the Syria rebels have announced that they have taken and liberated the notorious regime prison near Damascus, Sednaya prison. That is a report from Reuters. Oh, I have it. You know what? I actually have the account from. I follow the rebel account. Okay, the Syrian rebels. Let me show you the last two posts from the Syrian rebels. They have a Telegram account, Military Operations Management. So I can actually show you. I thought I had followed them and I wasn't seeing the posts. And now I realize where I was supposed to be looking. So let me just show you. I'm following the Syrian rebel Telegram account. And let me just post this for you here. What am I doing here? Right here. Here, I'll show it to you. I'll show you guys this. So, the top post is from 23 minutes ago, and they said, our forces began entering the capital, Damascus. And then the next post is from 22 minutes ago, and they said, we broke the news to the Syrian people of liberating our prisoners and unchaining them and announcing the end of the era of injustice in Sednaya prison. Yeah, one of our viewers pointed out that there are social media videos purporting to show we said there are videos on X of prisoners leaving that prison. I don't have the rights to those videos, and also I can't confirm them. I would not be surprised if they're legit, but again, I don't have the rights to show those videos on the air. But I'll keep you posted. I mean, look. By the way, the Syrian rebels, in the last week, they've been pretty reliable with their posts. It's not like they make grand claims all the time that turn out to not be true. So I'm going to take them at their word that they have entered Damascus and that they have liberated that prison. And I'll keep looking for them to post other things too. Hold on a moment. Thank you to UV for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that. UV and Lord Cog, thank you for the gift memberships. Very kind of you. Hey, let's thank, as we cover this live, these historic developments. We could be seeing the fall of the Assad regime right now as rebels move into the capital of Syria, Damascus, the seat of the Assad regime, and without seemingly facing any kind of organized opposition from the Assad forces. Big thanks to our moderators who are here. We have Ruth Krafasi, Roberts Mayqueen, Beth Mythical, Sabrina. They are all moderating there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry over on X. We also have moderating, if you give me a moment here. I really appreciate it. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn. I got that fire. Sarah and Surly Dev. Thank you. Speaking of Twitch, by the way, thank you, MN Bolts, for subscribing. And also, thanks to our Facebook moderators, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, all of our moderators. Thanks, Leanne Ticknor, for subscribing over there. And Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body, Eve Richards, thanks for subscribing. Diane Allworth, all of our subscribers on Twitch, on Facebook, I'm sorry. Thank you for subscribing, and other subscribers there as well, Robert Rial II and others. And a reminder, I am not at my normal studio. I am actually right now in, what's this? Oh, there's a plane. Hold on, I'm going to mention a plane. I'm in Mexico City where I am visiting, so I apologize if the stream has technical difficulties or it doesn't look or sound like it normally does. Doing the best I can with this makeshift setup here. Hey, look, there's a #1 tracked plane, Syrian Air. What is this? Syrian Air, tracked by lots of people on Flight Radar 24. It just left Damascus. What is this plane that, is it just a regular flight, a regular Syrian air flight that happened to get out? Or what? What's going on with this? I don't know. A lot of people are tracking it. Look, there were flights scheduled for today. It says not available, but it is flying. Looks like it's turning north. Where's it going? Is it going to... there is a Russian air base on the west coast of Syria. Could it be going there? Could it be going to... Russia's up here. Doesn't seem to be going that direction. Turkey? I don't know. It's not going to UAE, it looks like. Maybe it's going to Russia. I don't know. Latakia, one of our viewers said. Some of our viewers think Latakia. Hold on a second here. Yes, the Russian air base is in Latakia. Kamimim Air Base is a Russian air base in Latakia. A Syrian air base currently operated by Russia in Latakia on the coast there. So maybe it's going there. I don't know. One of our viewers said it's a commercial freighter. It's an IL-76T. IL-76 is a Russian military transport aircraft. Ilyushin IL-76, a strategic airlifter. So this appears to be a strategic airlift aircraft operated by Syrian Air, an air transport, as Danielle, I think, said. A cargo plane, as some of our viewers have said, that has left, it looks like it might have left Damascus Airport. Well, there's Damascus Airport, so it certainly looks like it might have left from there recently, and there it is. It's the most tracked flight. Over 10,000 people looking at it on Flight Radar 24. You can see it there, flightradar24.com. Okay, so we will have to keep an eye on that. All right, I'm seeing some reports. Hold on. Oh, I think Danny Mackey is in Damascus. Okay, guys, look at this. I think Danny is in Damascus. Danny Mackey. Dannymakki. He posted 3 minutes ago hearing large explosions and gunfire over Damascus. Okay? I think he's there. I do think he's there. Danny says hearing large explosions and gunfire over Damascus. You can follow him at Danny_Mackey. Again, he's a Syria expert who I've been following for years. So I'm checking a bunch of different sources. Give me a moment here. Oh my gosh, there's too much stuff open on my desktop. Please give me a second to get organized here. Just way too much here open. Let's settle down here. Has Assad left already? I am seeing a report from Reuters about Assad leaving. Is this true? Because I haven't seen it yet. So Al Jazeera says Reuters is claiming that that high-ranking Syrian officials say Assad has left Damascus. Now, I haven't seen that report myself from Reuters. So it's Al Jazeera saying what Reuters is saying. So let's see if we can see the Reuters report about it. But Al Jazeera is claiming that Reuters is reporting that their sources are telling them that Assad has left Damascus. But I don't want to. So I'm seeing a bunch of unconfirmed reports here. There's unconfirmed reports that I'm seeing on social media claiming that the rebels have liberated, have taken over radio and television buildings. It's weird. I'm seeing that report being quoted. Hold on a second here. One of our viewers said some rebels had live cams going. Now, I can't just steal those. Hang on a moment. Yeah, Barak Ravid, I haven't seen the Reuters report myself, But Barak Ravid just posted that again. I'm seeing multiple reports saying that Reuters is reporting that Assad has left Damascus, which is obviously a huge deal if it's true. So let me see if I can get you that report. Al Arabiya, a prominent Arabic language news outlet, says Al Arabiya sources say the capital, Damascus, is in a state of chaos with army withdrawals and the control of the rebels. Okay? Oh, hold on. There might be an announcement. There might be an announcement from the actual rebels. Have they posted this? Where is this? No, I don't see it yet. I don't see a new announcement from the rebels yet on their Telegram account. I'm looking here. Is this it? Hold on. Hang on a moment. No. I'm literally looking at the Telegram account of the rebels on Telegram, and I haven't seen an official new announcement from that yet. Obviously, we'll let you know as soon as they post something. Okay, guys, Danny Maki, who, again, I think he knows his stuff, and I believe he's in Damascus. Danny says TV headquarters in the main Umayyan Square is under opposition control, and they plan to release a televised address soon. Again, I believe Danny is actually in Damascus. Danny_Maki, M-A-K-K-I. TV headquarters in the main Umayyan Square is under opposition control, and they plan to release a televised address soon. I think very soon we could get an official announcement that the rebels are in control in Damascus. I think it's coming very, very soon. Everything is happening so fast. Thank you, Martin. Martin, I will have to wait. We talked earlier about what a rebel-controlled Syria might look like. We talked about it a bunch earlier. I'm going to hold off on discussing that right now because there's so many new developments here, but maybe we can talk about that in a little bit. Thank you so much, Martin Gingrich, and thank you to Michael. Who is it? It's so small on one of my screens here on my makeshift setup. Let's see if I can do this here. Michael McIsaac. Thank you, Michael, for being a member. All right, hang on a moment here. Are they in Syria? No. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. I appreciate that. Hey, guys, give me like 10 seconds. Give me about 10 seconds here. Hold on a moment. You're hearing like some noise in the background. I'm going to try to fix that. What is this? You're hearing Spanish in the background, I know. You might be. All right. Give me 10 seconds. Hold on. Thank you. Okay. Thanks again, Martin. All right, let's see if we have any updates here. Hang on. We're waiting maybe for an official announcement from Damascus. Breaking news. Breaking news. I can confirm that Reuters has reported this now. I can confirm Reuters has reported this. Oh, that's the wrong graphic. Here's the right graphic. Idris Ali passed this along from Reuters. Here's the Reuters report. I'm going to show it to you. Oops. You'll have to watch the graphic again. 2 senior Syrian officers say that Syrian President Assad has left Damascus to unknown destination. Wow, that's big. Wow. That is big, guys. That is now maybe he's left for a long time. Now he was last seen in Damascus. The Washington Post said the last time he was seen in public was last Sunday in Damascus with the Iranian foreign minister. That was a week ago. Big breaking news. What's Up World says that's yes, that's big breaking news. And we may get an announcement by the rebels shortly about taking Damascus. Now, the Reuters report says he's left Damascus. It doesn't necessarily say he's left the country, but I don't know if he's in the country. So these are breaking developments here. Give me one moment here. One of our viewers on Twitch said Assad really had no defense. I don't know if he thought there was going to be more of a defense, but there has been really no significant opposition. Now, Timur Azari as the rebel to the rebels coming into Damascus. So there is a plane on Flight Radar 24, which is being widely followed by 20,000 people. I don't know that this has Assad on it, right? I mean, this is a transport plane. It took off fairly recently from Damascus, but there have been planes taking off for Damascus for days. There's been one plane that's been going that Kyle Glenn pointed out that's made about 4 round trips to and from Abu Dhabi in the last 2 days. So, I mean, I don't know if Assad was planning on leaving. I don't know that he would have stuck it out until today. He hasn't been seen there in like a week. So I would not assume that he is on this flight. He could be on this flight, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's also possible that if he was going to leave, he might have left days ago. Miss Annie thinks he's been gone quite a while. And he has not been seen in Damascus. I don't think he's been seen in public since last Sunday. Oh, let's see here. Did it make a turn? The plane is now going south. Is this true? Is this good? Now, I don't know if this is reliable tracking here. Sometimes there's like things can mess with the tracking, like GPS spoofing and stuff. Is it going? I mean, seems weird that it's doing this. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not weird. Maybe if it's just taking some cargo somewhere, if it's taking some cargo somewhere or something, it makes total sense where it's going. I don't know what's on the plane. I don't see an airport symbol near there, but I don't know. Is it diverting? I don't know. Is that a diversion? I don't want people to overemphasize the importance of this plane, because for all we know, Assad has been gone for days. Is it going to Lebanon? Lebanon's over here. You know, there is a look. There is a. I mean, the Russian air base is up here in Latakia. So I don't know what to make of this, but I do know that about 26,000 people are following it. I personally would be quite surprised. I would be very surprised if Assad did not, if he was planning on leaving and he didn't leave until now. I would be really, really surprised if he's on this plane. Oh, yes, the altitude is showing it dropping. Yes, the altitude is dropping. It is now at 11,425. 11,225. Good call on the altitude. So the altitude is dropping. It is descending. Now, remember, this region, the coastal region, is the region of Assad support. So maybe it was someone or something they wanted to take from the Damascus area to the region of Assad support on the coast. Although I don't know where exactly how far that region goes out to. I can show you, for example, the Institute for the Study of War map. See there, that was as of like yesterday. See, it says Tartus, and it says that's when Homs was still in government control. But yeah, basically as of yesterday, west of Homs was part of the coastal region of Assad's support. So in theory, it might be over an area of Assad support right now. And now what is it doing? It's circling around again? I don't know what's going on. If this is really what's happening. Has anyone checked what am I thinking of? ABS exchange? Is that what I'm thinking of? And see if they have the same flight and the same data. ADSB exchange. I'm sorry, I forgot. My brain stopped working. ADSB exchange. Do they have the same flight out there on Syria? Let me see. Doing the same thing. It doesn't seem to be on ADSB exchange. Huh. That's weird. Sometimes the data is a little different. I just checked ADSB exchange. I didn't see it there. Yeah, I don't really know what this plane recently left Damascus. I'm sorry. It's still over Syria. Look at is that really the turn it made? I mean, that seems like so it's I don't know anything about where this plane would normally go, but here's the path. Left Damascus, went up here. The altitude is getting lower. Landing at Homs Airport, people think. Is there a Homs Airport? Where is it? I thought I had all the airports marked here. Well, I don't see one there. Did it get hit? I have no idea. It's at 6175 feet right now. Some people think it might have gotten hit, might have gotten shot at. I have no idea. Can I track Assad plane? Shai Levy says, I want to say this again. There's no information that Assad is on this plane. And I personally would be surprised if Assad is on this plane. If Assad knew he was going to leave, why would he wait until minutes before, until basically the rebels start coming into Damascus to leave? Wouldn't he have left days ago? Doesn't that make more sense? Now, I might be wrong. I just want to be clear that there's no reliable information that Assad is on this plane. April Coco says, Steve, do you have a live feed from inside the plane? Exactly. Where is the live feed from inside the plane, Steve? Why are you not showing it to us? All right, so we're watching a plane that took off a little while ago from Damascus, and now it's kind of a strange, I don't know. This is the path. Goes up here. Now it's going back down here. I don't know. I don't claim to know about this plane, why it's making this movement. Let me see if anybody I follow who knows about this stuff is saying anything about it, because I certainly am not an expert on this stuff. Yes. Okay. So this is interesting. Timur Azari, who is the Iraq bureau chief at Reuters, he says this is a very irregular flight path for this jet that left Damascus airport around the time it fell to rebels. Okay? So that's what he says. Oh, breaking news also. Reuters is reporting via Timur Azari of Reuters. Assad boarded a plane and left to an unknown destination. Now, when did he board? Is this the plane? I don't know. That would seem like late in the game to me. But Reuters is reporting via Timur Azari that Assad boarded a plane and left to an unknown destination. It's the same report as before. But I thought that was a new report. It's the same Reuters reporter's report. But everybody's watching this plane. Yes, it does seem like a very odd path this plane is taking. The altitude is now 2,300 feet of this plane. 2,300 feet. It's near Homs. Homs is where the rebels took over Homs today. The rebels took over Homs today. It is a strange looking path. It's being followed by over 40,000 people. Our viewers are saying, some of our viewers thinks it's crashing. Some of our viewers think it got shot down. Some viewers are talking about it being hijacked. Maybe the rebels have the plane, said one of our viewers. But I mean, look at this path. It's basically going. It's now at 1,800 feet. Let's look and see. Is there any kind of, well, I mean, I'm not aware of an airfield where it is. Here, I'm following it here for you on Flight Radar 24. Shout out to Flight Radar 24 for letting me show their site. Not being allowed to land. It's at 1,600 feet. I just don't know where the airport is. 3D view? I can do a 3D view. Flight Radar 24 is a 3D view. I don't think that's going to be that interesting. That's the 3D view from Flight Radar 24 of the plane. 1,625 feet. The airspeed is 130 knots. 130 knots, which I don't know much about planes, but I think they usually go more than 130 knots. But maybe they go that fast when they're landing. That's landing speed. Said Sparky Pilot said its landing speed is 130 knots. But where is it going to land? The altitude is 1,600. It's still 1,600 feet. I don't on the map see any kind of airport yet. Being tracked by 46,000. Is it gone? It's gone or not? Hold on. Did it lose the track? Are we on estimated track right now? Let me turn off 3D view. No, it's still being tracked. It's still being tracked. The tracking is fine. Is it not moving anymore? Is it stopped moving? Ooh, it stopped moving. Now, either no transponder or it went down in this area. I mean, I don't see. Now it's off. Now it has just disappeared. Now it has disappeared. It has disappeared. It's not there anymore. It was approaching Homs. Well, I don't know what happened with that. It is gone. Let's see if I can find anyone reporting on this. I don't know what to tell you about that plane. That was a transport plane, a Syrian air transport plane that left Damascus not that long ago, and it had a very irregular flight pattern. And I don't know if it went down. I don't know if it turned off its transponder, but it was very low. I mean, it was at 1,600 feet. What happened to that plane? All right. Give me a moment and let me check a couple things. Let me check a couple things here and see what I can find for you. Give me a moment. Al Jazeera says local sources tell Al Jazeera the minarets of the mosques in Damascus resound with takbirs and cheers. I'm seeing another report here. Hold on, I'm seeing another report. Where is this here? No, I don't know where that came from. Hang on a moment. Al Arabiya reports Syrian media close to the government say Damascus airport evacuated and all flights stopped. So that is a report from Al Arabiya. They say Syrian media close to the government say Damascus airport evacuated and all flights stopped. Al Sharq is reporting the same thing. Elint News points out that that flight has disappeared off radar, that Syrian air transport plane flight. I don't know what happened to that plane, guys. It was very, very weird. That was maybe I can pull up the flight. That was a SYR 9218. Was that what it was? SYR 9218. I probably can pull up the flight path for you. I got it. Ooh, no, it says Syrian Air. Yeah, I just looked it up on Flight Radar. I'm not getting the actual plane. I get the airline. I don't get the plane. R8, hold on. R89218. Maybe that's what it? Hold on, let's try that. Nope, that doesn't come up either. Oh, I bet if I go to the airport, I can find it. No, because it wasn't registered, I think, as an official departure. Show fleet. IL-76. That's not it. Hold on. Check this one. Trying to get you that flight path again. One of our viewers said the elevation of Homs is 1,600 feet, so maybe it was at ground level. I mean, it might have gone down. I don't know. I found it. I found the flight. I found the flight. Here we go. I got it. I got it for you guys. I got the flight. Here it is. This is that strange flight that left Damascus at, what was the timing? 1:59, no, 1:59 a.m.? Is that right? Yeah, December 8th. Right. It said it left at 1:59 and it stopped at 1:59 Universal Time. 1:59 Universal Time. Right. UTC now is... No, that seems early. It only left 49 minutes ago? Really? I don't know about that. And it only stopped broadcasting 9 minutes ago? Maybe that is. According to this, it left about an hour ago. And it started flying this way. Then it flew this way. Then up here it got really strange near Homs. and eventually it stopped right in this area after the altitude went down. I'm going to post a link to this so you can look at it. I'm literally posting a link in the chat to that flight, and you can now look at it yourself on Flight Radar 24. Because I want to look at a couple different things here. So a lot of confusion over that plane. The rebels have said that Reuters reports, the rebels have said they have entered Damascus. Reuters reports that the rebels are not facing any kind of significant opposition. Nelson Carter, some of our viewers said this. Nelson says that the last altitude of the plane matches the elevation of the terrain. Maybe it landed or crashed. It's possible. Thank you, Nelson. I appreciate that. That I do not know. I mean, it was going down at a certain pace. Some of you thought that maybe it might have gotten hit by something or shot at. We'll have to see what we hear. Very strange. Thanks, our member Noah. Thanks to Hoodoo, Texas, for your support. Hoodoo, I'm not aware where that video came from, but thank you, Hoodoo, Texas. Thank you also, E-Oddity, our new member, and It's Spike. Thank you. Who's wondering if maybe Assad was on the plane and got shot down. Again, as I've said, I would be shocked if Assad had not left before, but who knows? Who knows? Thank you, Xander22, our new member, Martin Gingrich, MG, Apex3, thank you, who thinks he left yesterday at 10. As if I find out any more information or reporting about that plane, I will certainly let you know. Al Jazeera reports that sources of the armed opposition say rebel sources tell Al Jazeera that regime officers and members have withdrawn from the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense and the General Staff in Damascus. That's from Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera says Syrian websites report all flights were stopped at Damascus International Airport and its employees were evacuated. I think that was the last plane that took off from that airport. I'm gonna actually post this again. Al Jazeera reports Syrian websites say all flights were stopped at Damascus International Airport and its employees were evacuated. Thank you so much to Alan. Is it Ansari? Am I getting that right? Alan Ansari. Thanks, Alan, for your support. We're bringing you breaking news updates here on the developing situation in Damascus and in Syria. It looks like Damascus is about to officially go into the hands of the rebels. Reuters reports that Assad has left Damascus on a plane, and it looks like Syria is in the midst of falling. Syria, the Assad regime is in the midst of falling to the rebels. After about 10 days of a shocking, lightning-fast rebel advance. Thank you so much to Mauricio Corbin for the gift memberships. That's really kind of you. Thank you. And again, a number of the viewers have written in, I appreciate you writing in, saying that the elevation there was around what the height of the plane was. I don't know if the plane crashed or landed or what happened. I just don't know right now. Fabian thinks maybe it went to a military airfield southeast of Homs. Now, I don't think it reached southeast of Homs. Well, at least on the flight radar, I don't know if it flew longer than it was on flight radar, but if you look on the flight radar data, from flight radar 24, it didn't even make Homs. I mean, in the area where it stopped transmitting, there's just not much there. But I will let you know as soon as I hear anything. Rockstarity says the truth is out there. Al Arabiya says there are celebrations in Umayyad Square in Damascus in conjunction with withdrawal of army forces. Oh, I might have... I don't think that's a live stream, though. Hold on. No. That is not a live stream. There are a number of videos that purport to show army soldiers taking off their uniforms and abandoning their posts in the Damascus area. That might have happened, but I can't confirm it. Interesting. Kyle Glenn says, lots of confusion around IL-76. That's a transport craft. This Syrian transport plane, which was the last plane on flight radar we saw leaving Damascus, that left Damascus about an hour ago, ascended to 23,000 feet over Homs 20 minutes later, before dropping 21,000 feet over the next 20 minutes and disappearing from tracking sites. He says a descent rate of 1,000 feet per minute won't be fun, but doesn't scream crash to me. Thank you to Kisapi Racing Team, by the way, who thinks it may have landed at Homs Airport. I have no idea what happened to it. I have no. Thank you so much, Kisapi Racing. I also don't know what the circumstances were when it took off. One of our viewers said, could it have run out of fuel? I mean, was this a regularly scheduled flight? We just don't know about this plane. John Underwood, our viewer, says, Assad would not have waited for the last minute to depart Damascus. David M. says, there's no way he was in that plane, surely. Hang on a moment here. Thank you, by the way, to Ruben Urban. Hey, Ruben Urban, I hope you're well. Thanks so much, Ruben. Also, thank you, please, White Noise, Plain White Noise for Babies, for your support. Who thinks plane was jammed by the Russians? So Plain White Noise thinks that data on the flight tracker was incorrect data. And that it actually didn't take that path, and that it landed at the Russian air base on the coast of Syria. What can I say? I don't know. Just continuing to bring you the latest updates here, but all signs point to Damascus falling to the rebels and the Assad regime falling in Syria tonight, in the coming hours, maybe the coming minutes. Okay, hold on a second. Have they posted this yet? No. I just saw a post claiming Al Jazeera says that the rebels are claiming that they overthrew Assad. Now, I have not seen that post by the rebels yet, but Al Jazeera is now claiming that the rebels say they overthrew Assad. So I'm going to wait and see if I can get you an official announcement from the rebels. But Al Jazeera says that the rebels say they have overthrown Assad. Okay? I don't see it yet on their Telegram. I'm waiting for it. Sorry, I'm just trying to get. It would be really big if the rebels actually posted. Well, if they actually post on their official account and I can see it, I think that would be really important. And I haven't seen that announcement directly from them yet. Reportedly, flights are not leaving Damascus airport and it's closed, but I don't know for sure. Sky News Arabia says Syrian armed organizations say we are heading to take control of the radio and television building in Damascus for Bayan Radio. I don't know what that means. There's an unconfirmed video. There's unconfirmed video floating around of like the airport and like a TV building. I don't know about all these videos flowing around. I would take them with a grain of salt. There's a lot of stuff just floating around that's rumors right now. I'm really just looking around now and taking a bunch of different sources, just trying to get you the latest updates. Danny Maki posted a video of people reportedly celebrating in Kudzaya, Damascus. Is that what's happening here? Hold on a second here. So I don't own the rights to the video. I'll post the video in the chat. So reportedly, it's a video of people celebrating in part of Damascus after it fell to the opposition. Yes, Al Jazeera claims the rebels said that they overthrew Assad. On the rebel account that I follow, it has not been posted yet. Thank you so much to Christy, who says, can't wait to see what happens to Assad. Does he deserve to die like Saddam and Muammar Gaddafi? That's what Christy asks. Thank you, Christy. If you missed it, the rebels announced that they had liberated the notorious government-run prison near Damascus. Sednaya prison, is it? Now I forget. Sednaya prison, I believe it is. Will there be maybe some announcement by the rebels on television or something? I would not be surprised. Yeah, thank you, Just a Guy. I appreciate that. Look, I am seeing all kind of reports, but I'm not telling you every rumor I hear or every report from somebody on X I hear or something, because I just don't know if they're true. So I've been mentioning a bunch of them, but there's just a lot of stuff floating around right now which is not well sourced. So I'm aware of other stuff. I'm just trying to only bring you stuff that I think has some degree of reliability. And the rumors could turn out to be true. It's just that there's just a lot of stuff being thrown around. Surprise, surprise, on the web, which I just don't want to mention because I just don't think it's not reliable enough to mention at this point. So I appreciate people. A lot of people are sending me stuff, and I really appreciate it. Just know that I know there's other stuff out there. But Anyways, again, thank you to Just a Guy. I appreciate that. There is no current air traffic in Syria, although I don't know how much there would normally be at this time of night anyway. I think it's 5:10 a.m. there. I can say this, and there's multiple reports claiming that the airport has been shut down. That would not surprise me at that point. At this point, if it's true, but like departures, the first scheduled departure today is 8:45 a.m. That's the first scheduled departure at Damascus International Airport. And the first scheduled arrival is 7:45 a.m. Currently, I think the current time is 5:11 a.m. So, there's not supposed to be flights. Oh, 6:11 a.m. It's 6:11 a.m. Syria time. There's not supposed to be flights coming in and out of there. But now that flight that left, that weird flight that left, an hour and a half ago or so, and took that strange route and then disappeared off radar after descending pretty rapidly. Some people claim Assad was on it. There's no reliable information about that. I don't know that was scheduled to take off. Is that even on the? I don't know. So that took off like in the middle of the night. No, we don't know that it crashed. We have no idea what happened to it. Hold on a second here. I still don't have a statement on the Telegram account from the official Rebel account. As Just a Guy mentioned, one site you can look at is Live UA Map. And I showed that before and posted the link before. But if you're looking for a map, and they post news updates over there too at Live UA Map. So you can check out that site. There they have a map, and they have some news things that they see on the right side there. So that's called Live UA Map. I'll post a link to them over there in the chat. Right now, the focus is Damascus. It is the seat of the Assad government. Seeing lots of, again, the rebels have said they've entered Damascus reportedly without any kind of serious opposition. Reuters says that Assad has left Damascus. Now, the Reuters report claimed that where is it here? Did it disappear? Hold on. I thought I reposted it. Now I don't see it. No. The Reuters report I saw didn't specify when he had left Damascus. Guys, I'm continuing to look for more updates about what is going on. Miss Optical says, what is Putin doing today? Our viewer Maya's donation says, where is Assad? Al Jazeera is saying that the opposition is saying we overthrew Assad and that. All right, again, I keep seeing this claim that the opposition has said this, but I don't have that statement myself. Al Jazeera just posted the opposition enters Damascus and Assad flees. Oh, I have it. Breaking news. Breaking news, the official announcement. Official announcement. The military, the rebels on their Telegram channel said Assad has fled. The tyrant Assad has fled. We declare the city of Damascus free from the tyrant Bashar al-Assad. Breaking news. Breaking news. We have an announcement from the rebels on their official Telegram. The tyrant Bashar al-Assad fled. We declare the city of Damascus free from the tyrant Bashar al-Assad. Wow, big breaking news. I will show you in a second this. But it's just what I told you. Hold on. Big breaking news right now. Wow. Big news. Big news. I'm just posting this and then I will show you. Wow. All right, here it is. Here is the post from the rebels on their Telegram account. Wow. I got to update the headline too. Oh, They also said, this is the moment that the displaced and prisoners have long waited for. The moment of return home and the moment of freedom after decades of oppression and suffering. So they just said that as well. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I'm going to show you all of their posts. Big breaking news. So we have an announcement from the rebels, guys. Wow. Wow. Here it is from their official, this is the Telegram channel that they use. The official rebel Telegram channel that I'm aware of. I believe, best of my knowledge, this is the official rebel Telegram channel. Look at this. Here are the 3 posts that they just posted. The tyrant Bashar al-Assad fled. We declare the city of Damascus free from the tyrant Bashar al-Assad. This is the moment that the displaced and prisoners have long been waiting for, the moment of return home and the moment of freedom after decades of oppression and suffering. Wow. Wow. Oopsie, hold on. Get that back up there. I'm going to change the headline now. I got to change the headline. Oopsie, what just happened here? Oh, I see. Hold on. What am I doing? Hold on. Hold on. I got to post this right. There we go. I think I did it. Wow. Big news. Big news. I think the way I'll do is I'll say, Syrian rebels announced they have taken Damascus. That was fast, says Jazzy Renee. This is historic. Guys, I will say it for the again and again and again. No, we do not know that Assad's plane crashed. There was a plane that took what do we know? We know that a plane took off on Flight Radar 24 from Damascus Airport about 2 hours ago. It flew a really strange pattern. It went down it descended and eventually disappeared off of radar near Homs. We don't know if it crashed or if it landed. Or maybe there was some weird thing with the flight radar. We don't know who was on it. So you can keep saying as much as you want that it's confirmed that Assad was on the plane that crashed. No, that's not confirmed. No, we don't know it. Ari Nugborn, says this is huge news. This is huge news. This is huge news. It's about 10 days. It's, I think, 11 days after the advance started. The advance started on November 27th, the rebel advance. And in 11 days, they have taken all the major cities, I believed. Oh, not all the major cities. Not all the major cities, because there are major cities on the West Coast. They haven't. There's that West Coast region, which is a Assad supporting region, which has not been taken by the rebels. So, but they have now taken the seat of power of the government. Damascus, the capital. Huge news. Wow, guys, wow, wow. Joe Truzman says apparently somebody. Joe Truzman, oh, he's a Middle East expert. He reposted a video, and Joe says apparently somebody entered the home of Bashar al-Assad and started filming inside the residence. I will post a link to that right now in the chat. That is from Joe Truzman. Oh, War Mapper posted an update. Hey guys, look, this is from War Mapper, at war_mapper. And War Mapper says the Syrian regime has fallen as Damascus and the SAF surrendered to rebel factions. The last remaining Syrian armed forces control. I think that Syrian armed forces control. We were just talking about this. Control in quotes, he said. Control in quotes. The last remaining Syrian armed forces control along the Mediterranean coast remains to be formally taken over. I was just saying that there's that area on the coast right here that the regime still controls. The SNA have carried out attacks on the SDF across their lines of contact. The SDF is these forces in here, the Kurdish-led forces over here. SNA, I believe, is a rebel group. I'll post a link to this map if you want to see it. But the red, I believe, is the remaining. The red, I believe, is the remaining area in control of the Assad regime, or the Assad regime sympathizers. Here, I believe it is right here. Let me see. He says Syrian armed forces. Yes, Syrian armed forces is red. So I will post a link. War Mapper is a good person to follow for war maps, at war_mapper. I appreciate War Mapper letting me show that to you. But I will post that link right now in the chat from War Mapper. A historic, well, I guess it's a day there, an evening here. Wow, guys, wow. Wow. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. The rebels also say to the displaced all over the world, a free Syria awaits you. They also say after 50 years of oppression under Ba'ath rule and 13 years of crime, tyranny, and displacement, and during the Civil War, and after a long struggle and confrontation with all forms of occupation forces, today, 12/8/2024, we announce the end of this dark era and the beginning of a new era for Syria. In the new Syria, where everyone coexists in peace, justice prevails, and justice is established, where every Syrian is cherished and his dignity is preserved, we turn the page on the dark past and open a new horizon for the future. That's the new announcement. That's more from the rebels, guys. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Possibly seeing some plane information too. Just give me a moment. I don't know what Syria will look like. in the coming weeks, months, and years. But we'll see. The rebels are saying everybody's going to be everybody's going to get along. All right, hang on a moment. Reuters is saying, Fars news agency of Iran, Iranian state media is saying Reuters says the command of the Syrian army announced the fall of the government to the military. Wait, what? So the army has announced the fall of the government. Is that true? I'm seeing a report that Reuters is saying. I haven't seen that report myself from Reuters. They're claim again. Supposedly, there's a report from Reuters that I have not seen personally that the Syrian military has announced the fall of the government. Oh, I guess there's a new message from the Prime Minister of Syria, who reportedly said, according to Al Arabiya, the Prime Minister of Syria spoke and said, hold on a second, give me a moment. Trying to find a list of prime ministers of Syria. Current. Is this him? Mohammed Ghaz al-Jalali? I believe that's him. Okay. So according to Sky News Arabia, Al Arabiya, they're reporting that the Prime Minister has made a statement and said things like, "We extend our hand to the opposition to cooperate for the sake of our country. Syria is for all Syrians and all its people. I hope everyone will think rationally. We ask citizens not to harm any public property. Sounds like the Prime Minister is still there. Sky News Arabia says the Syrian Prime Minister calls for the preserving state institutions that belong to everyone. Sky News Arabia says the Syrian Prime Minister says, "I will remain in my home to continue the work of the government." We'll see what happens to the Prime Minister. Al Arabiya says the Syrian prime minister says any leadership the Syrians choose, we will cooperate with. One of our viewers, planes were cool, says sounds risky to stay there. Breaking news update from Reuters. This is the update I heard before. This is from Idris Ali of Reuters, just posted this. Reuters is saying Syria's army command has notified officers that President Assad's rule has ended following a lightning rebel offensive. A Syrian officer who was informed of the move told Reuters. So Reuters is reporting that the Syrian army command has told the Syrian army, that's it, Assad is not in power anymore. Ziley says it's over. Now, that's not an official announcement yet from the army. That's a report that the army made that announcement. We have not seen the army actually release that statement themselves. Huge news. Huge developments. Hey, a quick thank you to Susan Logan and Long Range, sorry. Hang on a moment. Long Range Precision Shooting, thank you for your support. Susan Logan. Also from Turkey, Emre Kappa. If I'm reading this right. Thank you so much to Emre Kappa in Turkey. Mr. M. Thank you, Mr. M, social studies teacher. Marco, is it Purchase? Marco Purchase. Thank you, Marco, for your support. Thanks for being a member. Pauline Giel. And Susan Logan again. And also Sam Patton, thanks for being a member. And Ziley and Sven Hoke, thanks for being a member. And also Shai Levy, who says the October 7th changed the Middle East for years. Look, I mean, there's an argument to be made that October 7th, by resulting ultimately in the weakening of Hezbollah, made this possible. A big factor in the weakening of Iran made this possible. A big factor being cited in the rebels' success is the lack of support from Russia and Iran. And Iran supported, big way Hezbollah supported Syria. A big way Iran had supported Syria was through Hezbollah, but they have been devastated by Israel, which was a consequence of October 7th. Maybe if October 7th didn't happen, this would not have happened. Adventures with, hold on, thanks for your support, UV, who says, I don't think Assad is coming back from this. Also, our viewer, Adventures with Crystal, who says that the rebels call themselves the rebels. Their Telegram account calls them, it says Military Operations Management. I don't know the different names they refer to themselves as, though. HTS is a group that HTS stands for something, but I don't know if the rebels have an official name for all the rebels altogether. I mean, there's a lot of different rebel groups who've been fighting. It's not just one group. So Reuters is saying, in their reporting, Reuters claims that they heard that Assad left today. I don't know if he was on that plane that, may have crashed. I don't know, that left a couple hours ago. But, oh, look, hold on, I have something for you guys. But Reuters did say that they reported that he left today. Look, Syrian Army Command tells officers that Assad's rule has ended, officer says. Well, that's updated from Reuters. Look at this. Syrian Army Command tells officers that Assad rule has ended, officer says. Wow, guys. Wild boy thinks it's a great day. This has all happened in the last 11 days. Unbelievable. Reuters says Syria's army command has notified officers that President Assad's rule has ended following a lightning rebel offensive. A Syrian officer who was informed of the move told Reuters. Syrian rebels said Damascus was now free of Assad. Earlier, Assad flew out of Damascus for an unknown destination on Sunday, two senior army officers told Reuters, as rebels said they had entered the capital with no sign of army deployments. By the way, I believe that report originally came out before that transport plane flew out. But I don't know what happened. Thousands in cars and on foot congregated at a main square in Damascus, waving and chanting freedom, witnesses said. Also, rebels said they freed Sednaya prison. Sednaya is a large military prison on the outskirts of Damascus where the Syrian government detained thousands and reportedly killed and tortured tens of thousands of people. A Syrian plane took off from Damascus airport around the time the capital was reported to have been taken by rebels, according to Flight Radar 24. The aircraft initially flew towards Syria's coastal region, a stronghold of Assad's Alawite sect, but then made an abrupt U-turn and flew in the opposite direction for a few minutes before disappearing off the map. Reuters could not immediately ascertain who was on board. Wow. What a headline, huh? Ruth says, yes, we will see. Let me see. If I can get you any other updates here. Timur Azari from Reuters says the Syrian Prime Minister, we told you Syrian Prime Minister made an announcement, who said he was staying in Syria. He said, according to Timur Azari with Reuters, he said in a video he was ready to cooperate with any new leadership chosen by the Syrian people. He said he will remain in his home and will not leave. He extends hand to all Syrians. He seeks continuity of Syrian institutions and Syria for all Syrians. I don't know how the rebels will feel about the Syrian prime minister and if they will take him into custody or not. Who knows? Russian state media RIA Novosti calls the rebels armed terrorists. They say Al Jazeera says armed terrorists have released all prisoners from one of Damascus's largest prisons. Thank you, actually, Dan, for your support. He says 11 days to end 13 years. Thanks, actually, Dan. I appreciate that. Give me one moment here. Wow, guys. What's going to happen to the 2 Russian bases in western Syria, in the part of Syria near the coast, which the Assad regime still, I guess, controls? The naval base and the air base. What's going to happen? Is Russia going to abandon them? Are they going to flee? I do not know. By the way, I owe a couple thank yous here. I'm a little behind. Thank you, Vicky Healy, Vicky, Dave, and Coco for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you also, Janice McConnell. I really appreciate your support, Janice McConnell. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to Y Chin. Hey, thanks, Y. That's very kind of you. Really appreciate your support for the channel. By the way, I'm not an expert on this, but I have seen stories and reporting about how, yes, the military advance took 11 days, but there's stories out there talking about how for years the rebels in the northwest have been building up their military capacity and also been doing a lot of diplomatic work, reaching out to different other groups in Syria so that they might be okay and provide assistance or not oppose the rebels. So just to be clear, it certainly does not seem like the case that the rebels woke up one day and said, hey, let's try and advance today. That there was a lot of preparation in planning that went into this, even if the rebels didn't think that maybe it was going to be this successful. I don't know if they thought this was going to happen. Oh, what is this? Hold on. I have an update. Hold on. I have an update for you from the rebels. The rebels just posted a couple things. Okay, here's a post. So I'm going to explain this post, and then I'm going to tell you what the rebels said. Timur Azari with Reuters says the rebels reassure residents of Damascus's Sayyida Zainab neighborhood, site of major Shiite Muslim shrine, that they are safe if they lay down their arms and renounce the Assad regime. Because the rebels are, I believe, well, the HTS, which is the most important rebel group, is, I believe, Sunni Islamist fundamentalists. Timur Azari says protection of Sayyida Zainab was a rallying cry for Iran, Shiite armed groups across the region during the Syria war. So the rebels are telling the site of people who live in a certain neighborhood of Damascus where a major Shiite Muslim shrine is, that they are safe if they lay down their arms and renounce the Assad regime. And I'm going to read you what the rebels posted on their Telegram. They said, to the people and notables of the Sayyida Zainab neighborhood who choose to leave the regime and refuse to support it. We appreciate your courageous stance, and all of you who lay down your arms. You are safe. It's a little strange because I can't tell if they're saying like, you can be safe if you lay down their arms, or we won't bother you if we think that you didn't fight with the regime. Those are two different things. The rebels also say to all military forces in the city of Damascus, it is strictly forbidden to approach public institutions which will remain under the supervision of the former prime minister until they are officially handed over, and it is also forbidden to fire bullets in the air. Oh, so that's the commander, that's a rebel commander. It's a public announcement of what they're telling their own forces. So the rebels have just posted an announcement where they say, this is what we're telling our own troops. They're saying, don't approach public institutions in Damascus, which are officially under the control of the former prime minister, until they are officially handed over to the rebels. So it's kind of like a PR thing, I think, where they're saying like, we're gonna do this by the book. And they also say that rebel forces are forbidden from firing guns in the air. Mass V says, very well behaved rebels, LOL. I mean, you see that there's a PR thing going on. There's a political thing going on here. The rebels also announced that in the east, they have forces entering Deir ez-Zor. Although I thought the Kurdish-led forces entered there in the last couple days. So I'm a little confused by that. Maybe they both entered that city? What is this here? I saw something else. I need to get my phone to translate this. They posted something else. They posted a picture and some writing in Arabic. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Oh, they just posted in Arabic the announcement that you can't shoot your guns in the air and don't go into the state institutions until they're officially handed over. I'm going to post that actually. So the rebels announce that they are telling rebel soldiers to not approach public institutions in Damascus until they are officially handed over. Also say rebel soldiers are forbidden from firing bullets in the air. Interesting. Wow, guys. Assad is not in power anymore in Syria. Oh, this is interesting. Kim Gattas with The Atlantic says some of her Syrian friends who've been in Beirut are already on the road to Damascus. No one ever wants to be a refugee or live in a foreign land, but no one wants to no one wants to live under a murderous regime. So, will some of the millions of Syrians who have fled Syria during the Civil War clearly it seems like some of them will come back. How many Syrians will return to Syria now? Ruth thinks it's crazy. I mean, this was somebody had told you 11 days this was going to happen ago. You would not have believed them, I don't think. One of our viewers, Wask 4H, says probably quite a few. But again, we don't know what Syria is going to be like. What's Syria going to be like? I can't tell you what it's going to be like. Read an article in The Economist earlier today to you where they said that they thought the major rebel group, is it HTS, which is based in the Northwest and led the rebels down from north to south. Economists said that they didn't think that HTS had the resources to rule the whole country, and that there would be other rebel groups like the rebels in the south and also the Kurdish groups in the north and the east who would want some degree of autonomy. So I don't know if you're going to have some kind of unified government in Syria and that everybody's going to get along there, even if the Assad forces are gone. What's going to happen there? No idea. Dowthis says, I don't think the fighting there is over. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm trying here. A historic night and day. Jimmy ZNJ says, I was away for a few hours and wow. A quick thanks, by the way. Hey, thanks so much to Peter Poon. I really appreciate your support, Peter. Also, Gregory Mason. I really appreciate that, Gregory. Thank you. Thanks so much also to Martin Gingrich for your support. Martin thinks it seems like a medieval era style war only fought with modern weapons. Yeah, I mean, from what I heard, that the rebels' use of drones really helped them. I don't know much about that, but I've read that. Thank you, Susan Logan. Do you think this is a good outcome? I have no idea what Syria is going to look like after this. I no idea whatsoever. So I just don't know. I don't know what Syria is going to be like in the future. We were reading an article, a couple articles today that talked about that it's just unclear what's going to happen there. So we'll have to see what happens and what follows this. Thanks so much to Jeffrey Singleton for your support. Lucian, our viewer, says everything is very unpredictable. Charisma thinks they won't get along. Our viewer Set to Chill says it will depend on if they can work together or not. I'm just checking some different sources here. Did anybody update their maps yet? Did Live UA Map update their maps? Let me see. One of our viewers thinks the rebels are not, quote, good and it's a Trojan horse. One of our viewers is wondering if the plane was a decoy plane. Plane that took off a couple hours ago, around a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours ago from Damascus and appeared to land or crash or something in Syria. Thanks, Dolores Wilson, for the gift memberships. I appreciate that, Dolores. Where was I looking at here? Oh, I know what I was looking at. Yes, Live UA Map has updated their map. So let's look at that for a second. This is Live UA Map. Look at this. Where's the key here? So what you can see is the red area is pro-Assad forces. Oh, areas of control. Red is government and oops, you can't see it now. There it is. Government and pro-government forces. Assad, Russia, Iran. It's this. That's what's left. There's 2 bases. There's a Russian naval base here, and isn't Latakia where their air base is, I think, here? So there's 2 Russian bases. That is the... Now, I don't know what's going to happen with this area. But, I mean... What a difference. What a difference 11 days makes. The green is the rebels. The rebels that came out of the Idlib area. The yellow is Kurdish-led rebels who I believe controlled most of this territory before 11 days ago. And blue controlled by Israel, Golan Heights. But, you know, the big movement was Aleppo here, and then Homs. No, sorry, if I can zoom in a little bit, you know, you had Aleppo fell, and then Hama fell, and then Homs fell, and then Damascus. And Hama, Homs, and Damascus were like in the last 3 or so days. And really no big opposition to the rebels. And then I believe the Kurdish-led forces kicked out the government from the half of the city Deir ez-Zor, which is the biggest city in the east. I'm going to post a link to this map so you can look at it, but they have updated their map. That's Live UA Map. So I just posted a link to it. It's syria.liveuamap.com if you want to see it. I really appreciate them letting me show their map. They also post news updates as well. Tom Riddle says that area is majority Alawite from Assad's ethnic group. Thank you, by the way, to Susan Logan, who is supporting the rebels. I mean, there's reporting that Turkey is supporting the rebels. Look, so who is I have no idea who's covertly supporting the rebels, but this is not, it's not like the rebel force is all foreign fighters. This does seem to be a movement this is a genuine civil war where many, many people have been killed. Over years, and there are genuinely these two sides that have been fighting for years. So I don't want to make it out that this civil war isn't really a civil war. It's all proxy forces. Again, I'm sure that we know other countries have gotten involved. I mean, Russia and Iran have been supporting Assad for years. Turkey, again, supports some rebel groups. I know the U.S. supports Kurdish forces. I would not be surprised if various governments secretly fund maybe rebels or the Assad government, depending on what their interests are. But just to be clear, I've seen no reporting suggesting that a lot of the rebel forces are actually from other countries or something like that. So, certainly other countries have put resources, in some cases troops. Russia's been conducting airstrikes for Assad for years. Hezbollah fighters fought for Assad for years. And various countries have been putting, resources in there. But I can't tell you, do rebels get funding, and have they gotten funding for the last 10 years or 15 years from countries X, Y, and Z, and how much have they gotten in weapons? I don't know. But I don't want to make this out as this happened because of other countries. What happened is that these rebels conducted an advance, and that the Syrian forces of Assad did not really fight them. Now, if you want to know why that happened, that's a complex question. Thanks, Susan, for bringing that up. Matthew Paget said rumors of Israel entering Syria. I haven't heard anything significant. I mean, who knows? Maybe Israel does something like they have some troops go just over the border of the Golan Heights because they're worried about, they're worried about the security of the Golan Heights. So I don't know. There's no big Israeli military movement to invade Syria, if that's what you're asking about. And I haven't heard any reliable reports of anything like that. Could they maybe send some forces for the security of the Golan Heights, which is the Golan Heights is. Israel doesn't consider it this. Most of the world consider it occupied Syria. Israel occupied Syria, but Israel controls it. So could Israel try to send some forces across the border to maintain the security of the Golan Heights? I don't know, maybe. We might have read a story about that before. But I just want to be clear. I've seen no reporting suggesting some kind of large military movement by Israel into Syria. I mean, the Times of Israel had an article today. The headline was Syria rebels take areas near Israel border. IDF warns them not to turn in our direction. And then the Israeli military said they were bolstering their forces in the Golan Heights. And it says in the Israeli military said that they were reinforcing their defenses in the Golan Heights for various scenarios in the area. Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate it. Matthew Paget. Yeah, right here. This is literally the post from yesterday from the Israeli military. In accordance with the assessment of the situation, it was decided to reinforce additional forces for the defense missions in the Golan Heights region near the Syrian border. The reinforcement of the forces will enable the strengthening of the defense in the area and the preparation of the forces for different scenarios in the sector. That was announced by Israel yesterday. Regarding Susan Logan's question about whether, who supports the rebels, where did they get their funding and, the weapons and all that stuff? I don't know. I could imagine various countries supporting them. So I don't have a good answer for you on that. Yeah, I mean, again, there's, as Devil Doc says, there's certainly reports that the Turks support them, but I would not be surprised if other countries secretly support them. A number of our viewers mentioned Turkey. Truth Addiction TV says CIA. We don't have any word on where Assad is. I believe he has not been seen publicly in a week. Gavin Brickwood, our viewer, thinks that there might be an airport near where that plane that flew out of Damascus disappeared off of radar that it could have landed at. I do not know. We don't know what happened with that plane. We have no word who or what was on it and what happened with it. I will certainly let you know as soon as I hear anything. Jackie Heinrich from Fox mentioned that the National Security Council spokesperson Sean Savitt said President Biden and his team are closely monitoring the extraordinary events in Syria and staying in constant touch with regional partners. I just need to put a couple eye drops in. Hold on a second here. Just putting a couple eye drops in. At some point, I'll need to eat. I've really not eaten today all day, and I don't have an air fryer in Mexico City. So something will have to happen. We'll figure it out. But I have not seen any reporting about it so far. One of our viewers said, will Iran's regime be the next to topple? Look, guys, look at this headline on AP. Look at the headline. Wow. Syrian government appears to have fallen in stunning end to 50-year rule of Assad family. Wow. What a headline. What a headline. North Swiss says Russia next. The Syrian government appeared to have fallen early Sunday in a stunning end to the 50-year rule of the Assad family after a lightning rebel offensive. Thank you, Susan Logan. I appreciate that, Susan Logan. Thank you so much. The head of Syrian opposition war. Multiple reports say President Assad... Well, the head of a Syrian opposition war monitor said Assad left the country. Reuters reported he had left Damascus. Rebels announced that they have taken Damascus, and Damascus is now Assad-free. Okay. An Associated Press journalist in Damascus reported seeing groups of armed residents along the road in the outskirts of the capital and hearing sounds of gunshots. The city's main police headquarters appeared to be abandoned, its door left ajar with no officers outside. How about that? Another AP journalist shot footage of an abandoned army checkpoint where uniforms were discarded on the ground under a poster of Assad's face. The insurgents also announced they had entered the notorious Sadnaya military prison north of the capital and liberated their prisoners there. What a headline. Crazy. Hey, thanks to UV for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, UV. Thank you. I mean, I'd like to get some more information on where Assad might be. Thanks, Tatermong, for the gift subs. Tatermong gave out 5 gift subs. That's really nice of you, Tatermong. Thank you. Thank you also the Sugaro and B. Walters for subscribing over there on Twitch. Oh, wow. Hold on a second. I just saw something else. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Guys, look what B&O News found. Look at what B&O News found. I guess the NYPD Crime Stoppers put this out. I haven't seen it on their X account yet. New photos, suspect in United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson's murder. I guess that's him in the cab. That's him in the cab. So he took up, after the murder, he rode a bike to Central Park and then left Central Park on the bike and then took a cab to reportedly to a bus station. And I guess that's him in the cab. Now, it's interesting because I have not seen this yet I haven't seen it on the NYPD social media. Or is it? Maybe it is. I didn't see it. Yes, I can confirm this. Hold on a second. There's two new images. That is confirmed because Tom Winter posted it too. Yes, I can confirm that is the legit photo. And I'm going to try to get you the other image too. I can see it here, but I want to make sure, I want to just get it from the right sourcing. Okay, well, first of all, so NYPD has just released two new photos. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there are two new photos released by the police of the suspect in the CEO killing in New York City. So, let's look at photo one. There's multiple outlets, including B&O News Live. Shout out to B&O Desk. Good account to follow at B&O Desk for breaking news. Wow. Look at this. I posted the link to these already on my X account. Hang on a moment. Let me show you the other one. I'm going to show you the other one right now. Shout out to Tom Winter of NBC News. Tom Winter got a hold of the other one. Now, this is from the NYPD, but I want to shout out Tom Winter. Credit to Tom Winter for posting the photo, which I'm now going to show you, which is by the, where is this here? Hold on a second here. One moment, please. Here is photo number 2 coming up. New photo number 2. Are you ready? Here it is. There he is. Did he switch jackets? Did he switch jackets? Or did he add a jacket? Did he switch jackets? That's not the same jacket. And switch the mask? Hold on a second here. One moment. Okay. All right, anyway, so that's 2 new photos of the suspect, who still has not been captured. Hold on, let me check this. Rebels say they've taken Damascus. Assad regime appears over. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. Okay. Hold on a moment. The rebels just posted a couple things. And the rebels posted, after 11 days of deterring the aggression, God has blessed us with deterring Assad's aggression against his people. Oh, the Wall Street Journal is saying that he left the country. Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. What are they saying? The Wall Street Journal just says Assad left the country and his destination is unknown. That's what the Wall Street Journal says. I don't know how they got that information. Yeah, we don't know if that plane crashed or not and what was on it a couple hours ago in Syria. No idea. No idea. The last plane that took off from Damascus, we don't know if it crashed in Syria or not. We have no idea. And we have no idea what or who was on it. TJ thinks it just turned off the transponder. Well, it clearly was descending. It had descended, I think about 20,000 feet or so. But it descended thousands and thousands of feet. And it was only, I think, at about 1,600 official height when it disappeared from radar. And some viewers said that that's roughly the height of the height of the land there. I don't know that for sure. PW360 said that Elint News posted, I follow Elint, I had missed this. They said there were reports that some Israeli tanks and troops crossed the Syrian border at the Golan Heights and took new positions near the Syrian town of Quneitra. I don't know if that's true. Again, I'll say it again. There's not any kind of big Israeli invasion of Syria. Israel has territory, Syrian territory that most of the world considers occupied territory, the Golan Heights, that it has been in for decades, which is next to Syria. And again, most of the world would say it's part of Syria that Israel's occupying. So, given that there may be a regime change in Syria and that the new regime may be fundamentalist Islamist, it's possible that Israel is maybe sending some forces across the border for protection regions. But I just want to make clear, there's not some giant invasion of Syria by Israel going on. And I haven't seen any reliable reporting. Just yesterday, the Israeli Defense Forces said they were reinforcing their forces in the Golan Heights to prepare for various scenarios. That's something they've said they were going to do. So if I hear more about that, I'll let you know. But I just want to be clear on what that would mean, what those reports mean, if they're true. Itay Blumenthal, who is with Khan News Israel, he says, according to reports in Syria, IDF tanks crossed the border fence into the Golan Heights early this morning and took new positions in the buffer zone opposite Quneitra as part of Israel's preparation for the fall of the Assad regime and the strengthening of the border defense system. Okay? That is from Itay Blumenthal of Khan News. And I believe they're talking about this buffer zone. There is a demilitarized buffer zone, I believe, between the Golan Heights and Syria. And again, a lot of the world would consider the Golan Heights part of Syria. Yes. There's a strip of land between the Golan Heights and Syria, unoccupied Syria, a lot of the world would say, and the report from Itay Blumenthal of Khan News Israel says some Israeli forces have moved into the buffer zone. Not that they've done a giant invasion of Syria. Just to be clear. Okay? I believe this is, where is it here? Yeah, it's a few, it's if you go to Wikipedia, you can read about it. But see, there it is. There's a good map from Wikipedia. There is the buffer zone right in there. There's Israel. This map says Syria, but Israel occupies the Golan Heights here. They've been there for decades. And then the buffer zone is in between there. That link is from, you can read about it at United Nations Disengagement Observer Force. You can see that map there at United Nations Disengagement Observer Force on Wikipedia. And then you can see it says Al-Qanatra right there, Al-Qanatra. So there were, again, some reports of some Israeli forces crossing the fence and moving into that buffer zone. I guess near that city. Yeah, Itay Blumenthal said there are some reports that IDF tanks crossed the border force in the Golan Heights and took new positions in the buffer zone opposite Qanatra as part of Israel's preparations for the fall of the Assad regime and the strengthening of the border defense system. All right, now that we've cleared that up, and then Intel Doge, who I follow, mentioned that N12 News Israel says Israel has taken positions in the buffer zone and is firing artillery to prevent hostile elements from approaching the border. That's from N12 News Israel. X-Room thinks it's another big loss for Russia and Putin. We don't know what's going to happen with those 2 Russian bases in western Syria that are still Russian bases. In western Syria, that region of western Syria is still under control, in theory, of the regime. But I don't know how long that's going to last. I wonder when we'll hear something about Assad. Yes, fireman, no one I know knows where Assad is. Let's see here. Yeah, so we could get more news soon or not more news soon. I don't know. Again, I read the report before that, if I remember right, said Assad was last seen in public a week ago. So I don't know when we'll get more information about him or that plane and what happened with that strange plane. So I have no idea. It could be soon. It could not be soon. The Washington Post said Syrian state-run news network considered to continue to broadcast this morning, although it was not clear if the programming was live. Hang on. Give me one moment here. I'm going to go a few minutes longer. I'm going to have to get something to eat soon, though. Manny Fabian from Israel Times of Israel says, after the collapse of the Assad regime, some Syrian reports claim that Israeli tanks crossed the border in the Golan Heights and pushed into the buffer zone and launched artillery shelling in the area, ostensibly to protect the Israeli border, but the IDF has not commented on this. Big thanks to all of our moderators who have been here. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical is here. Roberts May Queen. Ruth Krafasi, thank you. And Linda Belk and Larry on X. I got that fired. McBritches, Sarah and Surly Dev, thank you. And appreciate over there on Facebook people like Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, Christina Neal moderating. Thanks to all of our mods. Maybe we'll do one last poll. Where is Assad? Russia, UAE, not alive, somewhere else. I guess he could still be in Syria too, but I'm not gonna. I can only do so many options. All right, so I just posted that. Hold on a second here. Oh, I was going to post it on Twitch. Sorry. Twitch poll time. Same thing. Same question. Oops. Where is Assad? Russia, UAE, not alive. And what's the other one? Oh, somewhere else. Let me show you guys what you guys said about this. Oh, Iran. Iran's an interesting guess. It's a good guess, too. Yes, he could still be in Syria. All right, here we go. Let me show you the results of the poll. Over there on YouTube, the results on YouTube so far are 31% say Russia, 15% say UAE, 29% say not alive, 24% say somewhere else. And on Twitch we have 27% say Russia, 21% say UAE, 19% say not alive, and 33% say somewhere else. Polize Paul says dictators are all the same. Rebels get powerful enough to conquer them. They flee in terror or kill themselves. Also seems like Assad's soldiers are too cowardly to fight. Thanks for, oops, you know what I did? I messed up. Now you can see all the votes there on YouTube. I'll leave it up there for a second longer. But an incredible turn of events in Syria. Wow. What's to come in Syria? We might talk about that on a future stream. I'm sure we'll do more coverage of this. I don't think, having not eaten all day, I'm ready to start getting into right now the future of Syria. Yes, we tracked the flight live. We tracked that flight live. Again, that was the last plane out of Damascus. It was a military transport plane. It flew a very strange path. It stopped broadcasting after it disappeared off radar after it had made a big descent. We don't know if it crashed, or it made some kind of weird landing, or it just disappeared, or the tracking data was wrong. We don't know who was on it. We don't know what was on it. So we'll just have to see. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. All right, I think I'm getting a little hangry. Guys, I think I'm getting a little hangry. Sorry, I apologize. I think I need to eat. Yeah, and maybe we'll do some more coverage. I just need to eat something. We're just getting to the point where I cannot operate anymore. I'm just seeing if I have any updates for you. Yeah, let me do that. That's what I need to do. There might be live streams eventually from Damascus. I don't have any right now, but you never know. You never know. Yeah, I got to eat something. We reached the point. I'm sorry. I'd like to stay on right now, but I just really have to eat. I would not be surprised if we do more streams on this, but I'm sorry, but I do need to eat. I really appreciate you joining our coverage, and we may have more streams, given the further developments. I mean, obviously there's a lot more to happen. But what we know right now is that it appears the Assad regime rule in Syria is over. I really appreciate you guys joining us for this live stream in these historic developments in Syria. What happens with Syria now, I have no idea. It's a new Syria. Yes, Chaz says news is never over. So sorry for getting a little hangry. It happens sometimes. No joke, all I've eaten today is a banana and a bowl of Cheerios. Well, 2 little bowls of Cheerios. They're like this big. So basically a banana and a big bowl of Cheerios is all I have had to eat today. The timing just didn't work out great. But anyways, we'll do more updates if big news happens. Again, I really appreciate you guys tuning in and all of your comments in the chat and sending me news updates and all of that. And subscribe and follow the channel because we'll do more coverage on this and other stories. Maybe there'll be some big developments in the New York CEO shooter story. I'm sure there will be soon. So we're going to cover that. So make sure you subscribe and follow the channel Agenda Free TV and turn on notifications. We have a notification system. It works awesome. It's done through Discord. You sign up once. You get notified every time we go live. And it's easy. So sign up for that. The mods will post the link in the chat to the notifications. And what else was I going to say? It's in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. I think I owe some people some thank yous. Oh, no. By the way, a quick thanks to, for becoming a member, Jason B. Thanks, Chris Loudemy, for your support. Eddie V., our member. Chris Loudemy again. Leonette. Mike K212 for becoming a member. Thank you. NW Green 7 for becoming a member. Mauricio Corbin for the gift memberships. Big Sky for your support. Thank you, Big Sky. I'll have to check that out. Thanks, Big Sky. I appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Mauricio Corbin. Mauricio, if you have recommendations, write to agendafreetv on gmail.com. That would be awesome. Thank you to McLean33, who says it fell faster than Afghanistan. Also, Christina, sorry, I owe a couple thank yous here. I'm so behind. So behind. Christina Angelopoulos, thanks for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Sorry for the delayed thank yous, everybody. Also, thanks to... I was going to thank our moderators again, because guys, we've had a really big chat and a really busy chat, and the moderators are always there to keep it civil and respectful. So shout out our moderators, Ruth Grafasi, Beth Mythical, Roberts Mayqueen. They've been there the whole time. Thank you. RJ, and Linda Belkin Larry on X, on Twitch. I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev, and all of our other mods who have been with us on those platforms today, and also on Facebook, K. Larry Body, and Christina Neal, and my brain has stopped working. Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley. Big thanks. Hopefully I didn't miss any moderators. Sorry if I did. Big thanks also to everybody who donated. That's super nice of you. You guys are the ones who allowed this channel to exist with your support. So I really appreciate your support for the channel. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But big thanks to you guys. Why can't I see the Facebook chat right now? Again, I apologize if I'm not... Facebook is acting up a little bit. I apologize if I'm missing any of the mods there, but the chat is acting up a little bit. Oh, there it is. Just appeared for me. Now I'm hearing two of me. Oh, Valerie Gale Griffin was there. Thank you, Valerie Gale Griffin, for moderating too. The Lost Alien says Iran has really lost a lot in recent months. Do I have... Yeah, there's obviously going to be more news on this, guys, so I just got to take a break and eat. I'm sorry I can't just take a break and use the air fryer, but I'm not at home. I'm not in the country. Anyways, all right, let's keep going here. So subscribe and follow the channel. Do that. Turn the notifications on. Do that. I will post while we're not on the air. I will post updates on. I will post updates on my X account. Follow me on X for updates when I'm not on the air. At Lookner on X. See, at Lookner. I'll post the link right now to my X account. Agenda Free TV as well. I always post when we're going on the air. I post it right there. I post scheduling updates there, information about the channel at Agenda Free TV. Follow there if you want on X. And we do have a live chat where you can chat a chat where you can, yeah, I mean, you can read what people are posting as they post it. It's a chat where you can go and chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat, check it out. It's free. It's the same link as the notifications. Check out the Discord chat, Agenda Free TV Fan Discord. Thanks to our Discord mods, by the way. And by the way, if you are watching us on YouTube and you subscribe over there, make sure you turn on the YouTube notifications, because those can be really helpful in giving you another alert or letting you know when we're live. But to turn on the YouTube notifications, after you subscribe, you got to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. So YouTube subscribers, make sure you have the bell clicked and all checked. Okay. I also want to shout out our Twitch subscribers, thank you so much. Twitch subscribers. Let me put it over here. We have people like the Sugaro and B. Walters, and Wall Street and Shaggy, and thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Jack's Animals, thank you. Mudmore, Paul SF99, thank you. Bartender, thank you. Chi-Town Bear, Wall Street. All of our other subscribers, thank you. Oh, and thanks to Jay-Z Gamer. Jay-Z Gamer, I already posted that there were 2 new photos from the NYPD. I'm assuming you're talking about those 2 photos because I already did post them and show them on the air. Thank you for letting me know. If there's another one, let me. Thank you for your support, Jay-Z Gamer. But I'm guessing that you're referring to the 2 photos that we talked about before. One in the cab and one looks like it's next to the cab, like him outside the cab. Is that it, Jay-Z Gamer? Yes. So thank you, Jay-Z Gamer. I appreciate that. You can go to my X account. I posted those photos there. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for the donation, too. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Jason B., our member. Oh, I think I thanked him, Jason, already. Hey, thanks to all of our other Twitch subscribers and our Facebook subscribers. Really appreciate you, such as K. Larry Body, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Robert Rial II, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, and Susan Priest Buchner, and all of the other subscribers over there on Facebook. Thanks so much. Lynn Powell, Leanne Ticknor, thank you. Hopefully I'm getting everybody who's in the chat there. Thank you. Also, and our YouTube members. Hey, thanks to our YouTube members. Oh, I never ended that poll. Well, anyways, I'm going to end it right now. Rick D, Roger Shoemaker, Knox Corvus, thanks for being a member. Jay-Z Gamer, Young Teat, Sinon, Mike Villalobos, Balya, Evelyn in Maine, Xander, Lisa Sutz, Marin Gobra, Gen X Racer, UV, Sea Chase, Gator Fits, Spartiate, Mark Washburn, Beam Me Up, Barry, CAC813, Robinsky T, and all of our other members. So what I'm going to do is I am going to oops, hold on a second. I'm going to do something here real quick. There we go. Okay, so what is this here? Hold on. So I'm going to eat. I have to eat. Sorry for getting hangry. Sorry if I called anyone out because I was hangry. I'm going to eat, and after I eat, if there's big news going on, I will come back on the air. Okay? So I can come back on the air whenever. But believe me, it would be a better stream if I'd eaten something than if I try to stay on and keep doing this without eating. Michael Horowitz says, Israeli strikes reported against Syrian military base in southern Syria. He thinks Israel is likely destroying some of the weapons stored in abandoned bases. I don't know if this, I'd have to look into the reports. I'm not going to look at that now, but that's what Michael says. Michael's a good person to follow for Middle East stuff too. Michael H992. I was just checking to see if I could find anything new. right before I sign off. All right. Wow. Well, we have been watching this. It does appear that the Assad regime has fallen. The rebels appear to have taken control and gone into Damascus without any kind of serious opposition. There is part of the Syrian country on the coast, which in theory is still controlled by Assad for supporters. That also includes a Russian naval base and air base. Who knows what's going to happen over there? That's certainly something to talk about. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second here. Is this live? No, that's on tape. Maybe I'll show this later. I got like a little short, just a video of some people celebrating in Damascus on top of a tank. It's not a live stream though. Maybe if we do more coverage, I'll show it to you. It's not a live shot. We might have live shots later. Badya says his regime is gone. So what's going to happen to those Russian bases? What's going to happen to that part in the west? And look, I'm sure there's plenty of Assad supporters. I don't know if they've all left Damascus. So what's going to happen in these places? I don't know. All right. And if you look, thanks again to Live UA Map for letting me use their map. You can check out Live UA Map's map of Syria right there. See, here's this. That red area still is, in theory, Assad regime support, including Tartus and Latakia. What's going to happen there? I don't know. I'll post a link to that map. And also shout out to Institute for the Study of War for letting me show their map as well. You can see them at understandingwar.org, Institute for the Study of War. All right, I got to get something to eat. I have to. I'm sorry. I'd love to stay on right now, but I got to get something to eat. But maybe we'll come back on for more coverage. And thanks everybody else for watching too. I appreciate people's thanks in the chat. I appreciate it. Knox Corvus, Chaz, and Firestar, all of our viewers there in the chat. Thank you. All right, it's time. It's time to do this. Time to get some food. All right, that's it for now. Thanks again for joining us. You've been watching our live coverage of this incredible development in Syria of apparently the fall of the Assad regime as the rebels take Damascus. We very well might have more coverage of this soon, so keep an eye out, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.